जय मुशिपाल परिप्राजाचार्य अष्टोत्तर श्री श्रीमान गोपाल की जय मुनितिल्या प्रविष्ट विष्णुपाल परिप्राजाचार्य अष्टोत्तर श्री श्रीमान भक्त सिद्धांत सरस्वती महाराज श्री प्रभुपाल की अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की नामाचार्य श्री हरिदास ठाकुर की समूह श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोविंद श्याम कुंड राधा गिरी गोवर्धन की वृंदावन धाम की मायापुर धाम की धाम की जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की दयापुरी धाम की जगमाई की तुलसी देवी की भक्ति देवी की सामवेद भक्तों वृंद की गौ प्रेम all glories to the assembled all glories to the assembled all glories to all glories to Shri Shri all glories to Shri Prabhupada Namam Shukaraaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutare Shri Bhaktivedanta Swami Nidhi Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pradharani Namaste Shunyavadi Asha Tere Shadari Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya 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 Samsara Sagare Namam Dinamam Karmanya Karmanya Mamgarava
श्रीमद्भागवतोऽयं प्रत्यक्षं कृष्ण एव हि श्रीतपोऽसि मया नः गव्यमवसादये मनोरथे मदीयोऽयं सफलास्वदात्मया निर्विघ्नेन ततोऽयं दासोऽहं तव केशव भवेत् भवेत् यथा भक्ति पादयोस्तव जायते तथा पुरुषदेवेश नामस्त्वं नोयत प्रभो नाम संकीर्तनं यस्य सर्वपापप्रणाशनं प्रणामो दुःखशमनं तं नमामि हरिं परम् जन्माद्यस्य यतोऽन्वयामि जगत्स्याप्तेष्वविघ्नस्वरा तेने ब्रह्महृदायादि कवये मुह्यन्ते सूरया देवो वायुनं यथा विमयो यत्र त्रिसर्गो पुरुषा नाम्नासेन सदा किरस्तमोहकं सत्यं परं धीमहि धर्मरोचितकैतवोग्रपरमो मत्सराणां सदां वेद्यं वास्तवमन्त्रवस्तु शिवदं तावत्त्रयोन्मूलनम् श्रीमद्भागवते महामुनिकृते किंवापदेश्वरस्य प्रत्यवरुध्यते प्रकृति शुश्रूषुभिः तत्क्षणा निगमकल्पतरोर्गलितं फलं सुगन्धामृतद्रवसंयुतं पिबलभागवतं रसमालयं मुहुरहो रसिका भुवि भावुकाः सच्चिदानन्दरूपाय विश्वोत्पत्त्यादिहेतवे तापत्रयविनाशाय श्रीकृष्णाय वयं नमः यं प्रव्रजन्तं मृगेतमवेदकृत्यं वैवाहिनो विरहकातरमजुहावा पुत्रेति तन्मययत्परवोऽभिनेदु तं सर्वभूतहृदयं मुनिमानतोऽस्मि यस्वानुभावमखिलश्रुतिसारमेकम् अध्यात्मदीपमतिर्जेषतां तमोन्दम् संसारिणां धर्मयामपुराणगुह्यं तं व्याससूनुं वयामि गुरुं मुनीनां नारायणं नमस्कृत्य नरं चैव नरोत्तमं देवीं सरस्वतीं व्यासं ततो जयमुदीरये कमनीयकिशोरमुग्धमूर्ते कलवेणुमुनिराजगाननेन्दो मम वाजिविशङ्करामुरारे मधुरीना कलिकाविकाविकावि नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णचन्द्राय भूतये श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्तस्वामिनिधि नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे मुनिशेषशून्यवादी आश्रम्यदेशधारिणे श्रीमद्गुरुजनानन्दाभ्यां नमः वाग्देनन्दवकुलस्त्रीणां पादरेणुमवीशशां यासां हरिकथो गीतं राजे भुवनत्रयं गोपीचरणारविन्दवर्माणवेन पीताम्बरं करविराजितशस्त्रशङ्खं कौमोदकी सरसिजं करुणासमुद्रं राधासहायमतिसुन्दरमन्दहासं वातालयेशमनिशं हृदि भावयामि कोमलं पूजयं वेणुं श्यामलोऽयं कुमारका वेदवेद्यपरं ब्रह्म वासदं पुरतो मम मूकं करोति वाचालं पङ्गुं लङ्घयते गिरिं यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे परमानन्दमाधवं श्रीकृष्णाय नमः श्रीराघवाय नमः सर्वत्र गोविन्दनामसंकीर्तनं गोविन्द गोविन्द
in the Bhagavatam, Srimad Bhagavatam, in the 10th canto, this topic, what we are now discussing, is Krishna's Rasa dance. When we stopped in April during the Easter holidays, we had seen the first of the 5 chapters. There are 5 chapters in the 10th canto, which is reference to Krishna's Rasa dance. Chapter 29 to chapter 33. They call it as Rasa Panchadhyaya. In other words, Rasa dance is what is the topic that is covered in these 5 chapters, 29 to 33. As an introduction to that Rasa Panchadhyaya, Sukadeva Goswami, in the 28th chapter itself, at the very end of the 28th chapter, he kept an introduction to that. As an introduction to the Rasa Panchadhyaya, he mentioned there, in the last few verses you will see on the 28th chapter, Satyam Jnanam Anandam Yal Brahma Jyoti Sanatanam Yadhi Pashyanti Manayo Gunapaye Samahidaha Tedu Brahma Pradam Nidam Adma Krishnena Chodhada Dadusho Brahmano Yogam Yatra Krurodhyaga Puraha. That this Rasa dance is not a mundane thing. It belongs to that Brahman, the supreme truth. That's what it is. Satyam, Jnanam. He defines the truth as it is defined in the Upanishads. In the same way, he defines that in the 28th chapter itself. First, he defines the truth. He says Satyam, Jnanam, Ananda. Absolute truth is full of knowledge and it is unlimited. Satyam, and it is the truth. It is the Satyam. That is the only truth as far as Shobrahmashi is concerned. The truth is only the spirit. Upanishads talks about that Brahman. That Satyam, Jnanam, Anandam, Brahman. Yal Brahman, Jyoti, Sanathanam. And it is the eternal thing. Always in elimination state. Yadhi Pashyanti Munayo Gunavaye Samahidaha. So, the great sages who are released from the 3 modes of material nature, they see the truth always in their experiences. And that form they have shown to the devotees who went to see. After this Varuna Lokam, when they went there, that's what they sing the Vaikuntha Lokam, that has been shown to them. So why was this spoken before Rasa dance? So that people don't misunderstand Rasa dance as an ordinary, mundane activity. To make us very conscious of that fact, from the very end of the 28th chapter itself, before beginning the Rasa dance, Rasa topic, Shuka Brahmashi spoke that Tedu Brahmakadam Nidam Adma Krishnena Chodhradaha Dadusham Brahmano Yogam Yatra Krurodhyagat Puraham. So they have taken all the cowherd boys and cowherd women, they were taken. And they have shown this truth, that is Brahmakadam Nidam Adma Krishnena Chodhradam, that Akrura has seen this before. When Akrura was taking Krishna and Balaram to Mathura, they had to stop on the way. Akrura had to perform his ablutions, Sandhyavanam ceremonies in the Yamuna river, so they stopped and he went into the water to perform the Sandhyavanam for his ablutions. At that time, inside the water he saw Krishna and Balaram. And he looked back in the chariot also, he saw Krishna and Balaram sitting there. So he kept looking back and forth in the water as well as in the chariot. Then he realized that it is the Krishna and Balaram is no different than the absolute truth personalities present in the Vaikuntha. And that at that time Krishna jokingly mentioned to Akrura, Akrura, are you shivering because the water is too cold? Is that why you are shivering? He says. Although he was in a shock seeing Krishna and Balaram underneath the water, just like they were staying in the Vaikuntha planet. That's the vision they had. So, Dadusha Brahmana Alogam Yatra Krodhyagal Puraham Nandadaya Stutam Drashtva Paramananda Nurvradaha Krishnan Jadatra Jantho Vistuyamanam Sovismidaha. So what they saw when Nanda Maharaj and the Rahul went, what did they see? They saw Krishna and Balaram being glorified by Chandasa. Chandasa means the Vedic hymns by which they were glorified in the Vaikuntha planet. After seeing all that, they come back. Krishna brought them back to this world again. They brought them back to Vrindavan. So by now, you can see all these things are spoken before the 29th chapter of Rasa Dance. And we were discussing that Rasa Dance for the last few classes. So we have come to the stage at the end of the 29th chapter where Krishna they have, if you look into the end of that 29th chapter, you will see that Shri Shuka Uvacha Iti Viklavidam, verse 42, 29, chapter 29, verse 42. Iti Viklavidam Tasam Shutva Yogeshwareshwara Prahasya Sadayam Gomi Alparamo Pyariramal. Iti Viklavidam Tasam Shutva Yogeshwareshwara Prahasya Sadayam Gomi Alparamo Pyariramal. Then, although Gopi Krishna has left in the middle of Rasa Dance, which you will see in the area when Krishna left them, and at that time Gopis have felt that Sudeva Goswami says there that Gopis have started feeling the separation from Krishna, and at that time Subrahmanyam says there Krishna, who is Yogeshwara, using that Yogeshwareshwara, he says Ishvara of the yogis, and their Ishvara is Krishna. Yogeshwara's Ishvara. So, in other words, the person from whom all yoga systems have come, whether Jnana Yogam, Karma Yogam, Bhakti Yogam, whatever yoga system is there in the Shastram, all that yoga systems have come from Krishna. And that Yogeshwareshwara, Iti Viklavidam Tasam Shutva Yogeshwareshwara Prahasya Sadayam Gopi Alparamo Pyariramal. So, Krishna has been engaged in this rasa dance with the gopis, although, Shubhamashi says, although Alparamo Pyariramal. Alparaman means Krishna doesn't require anything from outside to enjoy. Krishna's happiness is, Krishna is spirit, soul, isn't it? So soul doesn't require anything from outside to enjoy. Soul by very nature itself is full of knowledge and full of bliss. Is it not? Full of knowledge and that is why it's called Alparaman. Alparaman means by very nature, Krishna is spirit, pure spiritual entity. Krishna is pure spiritual entity. Therefore, does not require any external thing for happiness. By very nature itself is happiness. That is called bliss. And that is the definition, Sachidanandam, Sattachittanandam. Full of bliss and full of knowledge. That is Krishna's position. And that Alparama, Krishna, has Alpa Prahasya Sadayam Gopi Alparamo Pyariramal. That still, in order to show the mercy to the gopis, Krishna smiled at them and Krishna started talking to him about that. So, from the very few verses, you will see, we will look at that also. Tabhi samadhi samedit samedha udara cheshtidaha priyeshanon pullavimu hirachiraha udaraha sadvija kundadhi dhivir virojadainam kayodhir pradaha ubhagiyamana mulgoyen manida shatayutamaha malam vipravadvai jayandim vicharan mandayan vanam madhyakulanyamavishya gopidirhimavalukam Roma Remita Taralanandam Kumuda Modavayina Bahya Prasavara Parirambhakarala Koyam Nivistanala Panavarmanakhagrapadehi Kshevyavaho Lokahasider Prajasundarinam Uttambayan Gatipadim Ramayan Chakaram Evam Bhagavata Krishna Ledhamana Mahalmanaha Alpamanam Menivestrinam Maninyo Bhyadigam Bhumi Tasam Sautsopagadam Yikshamanam Jakeshava Prashamaya Prasadaya Tatraivam Daradhiyadam. In the middle of all these things, that gopis were experiencing great happiness in Krishna's association, and suddenly in the middle of all that, Krishna disappeared. And that is why it mentions there that in the living entity also, jiva, conditioned soul also, sometime in spiritual life he will experience some happiness. Some happiness he will come from these in different stages. He will experience some happiness. So when there is some deeper level of renunciation inside, at that time, for a short period of time, he will experience the truth while in the stages of renunciation. But what will happen is, even when he is experiencing that perfection within, at that point, his false ego will come back again. False ego will come back again. And that experience, most of the people have, that they will have a little bit of spiritual experience, and in the middle of that, this false ego will pop up, in the middle of all that. So that is why we will notice that when they have churned the milk ocean, the demigods and the demons, what will happen? The nectar came out, and for some time, that story is indicating actually that in spiritual life and relationship with the churning the milk ocean. While churning the milk ocean also, from there the nectar came out. And that nectar the demons have stolen and taken it away for a while. Similarly, it is to indicate to us that if we have a slight trace of that demoniac nature inside us, it will come in our bhakti, it will come in our knowledge also. It will come. Even though we practice Krishna consciousness, bhakti process, and also jnana margam, the process of knowledge, in both these processes, even if there is a slight trace of false ego inside, that will come up there sometimes. And it will come in all yoga processes, whether you follow the bhakti margam, jnana margam, yoga margam. In all this ahangaram, false ego will come up. In order to free this ahangaram, as a first step in that direction, Krishna presents karma yoga. Because kartrutva nashaya is a karma yoga. Kartrutvam, I am the doer, it's a very difficult thing to get rid of from inside. It's the most difficult thing. We may say to others that, after all, everything Krishna is doing. But when it comes to the final side of it, we find that very difficult to take it away. So that kartrutvam to go is very, very difficult. Krishna also knows that, recognizes that. That is why we discussed yesterday also, of all the processes of sadhana which is available for us, the process of satsangam seems to be one which has the least trace of kartrutvam in there. All other processes have got kartrutvam as a problem. Even while chanting the holy name, there is kartrutvam there. I am chanting. I am doing deity worship. I am studying Srimad Bhagavatam. I am doing this, I am doing that. So in everywhere I am is a very strong factor. So kartrutvam goes away in satsangam, therefore satsangam Krishna recommends to everybody. Satsangam is an easier process than anything else. There is not much of a kartrutvam involved in the satsangam. So similarly, that asuri vasana, that's called asuri vasana, that I am doing everything. That itself is a asuri vasana it is. So that asuri vasana will come, that if there is a trace of ego inside, that I am the doer, then that will come up in our spiritual life also. In our bhakti process also it will come. In our jnana margam also it will come. In the yoga margam also it will come. So what will happen is when that comes, you will start feeling that, I have made a lot of progress in spiritual life. I have started feeling somewhat better than others. All these kind of ideas will come inside. And not only that, some people will even think that I have started experiencing Krishna consciousness, some realizations. Others haven't got it. These thoughts also can happen. This is in Shastra, they call it as Saubhagamadam. Saubhagamadam. So here, in Gopi's case, what has happened? They started feeling that they are very beautiful. They are very beautiful. That is why Krishna likes us so much. Krishna doesn't like anybody else except us. This thought has come to the Gopis. So in their beauty, they had a pride. Their own beauty, they had a pride. So this one particular Saubhagamadam, that is what has made Krishna to disappear from them, right from the middle of them. That's why that that false ego has come in the gopis' heart in that way. You will see this, Krishna mentions this as the first quality for a devotee. What is that? Freedom from that false ego, isn't it? That's the first point. If you look into Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says amanitvam, adambitvam, the first two qualities. Freedom from false ego. Freedom from false ego. Which is the most difficult thing for everybody in this world. Ahimsa, Chandira, Javarma, Charyopasanam, all other things later. Unless one has amanitvam, in Bhagavad Gita you will see this, unless one has amanitvam, it is not possible to have spiritual realization. So, in order to have that spiritual knowledge in a person, the first quality Krishna says is amanitvam. If you look into Bhagavad Gita, you will see, I think it is 13th chapter.
Yeah, 13th chapter.
13.
Verse 8 to 12. Verse 8 to 12.
Verse 8 to 12, yeah. So verse 8 to 12, chapter 13. Amanitvam adambitvam ahimsa shantirajam acharyopasanam shaujam stairyam alpavinigraha indriyateshu vairagyam anahangarameva janmam pratyujara vyadi dukkadoshanudarshanam asatti anabhishanga putradharagrihadishu nityanja samachittatvam ishtanishtopapatishu. Goes like that. So all those qualities Krishna mentions there for a devotee, but the first one Krishna puts in front of everything else is amanitvam. Amanitvam is the quality of a devotee. Never to think, a devotee never thinks he is important. He is important in this world. Amanitvam. So, and this one quality, amanitvam, is what Krishna says is a very basic qualification for spiritual realization. For spiritual realization. So here, for gopis, they had a little ego or pride developed inside, and what they felt was Krishna is under our control and we have got Krishna, Krishna is ours and nobody else has got Krishna, we have got it. This thought has come to them. And in order to wipe out that pride from the gopis' heart and in order to bless them, Krishna wanted that their realization must become complete. Even if there is a slight trace of ego inside, that will cause problems. Therefore, what does the Mahatma say about this is, even if there is a slight ego inside, that means even if there is a little bit of poison left inside, it will cause problem. The pride is considered to be like poison. That poison will cause problems later. Therefore, not to get cheated by that, Krishna says here, therefore what did he do? That is why Prashamaya Prasadaya Tatraivandaradhiyata, the last word in the 29th chapter. Krishna is saying Prashamaya Prasadaya Tatraivandaradhiyata. Krishna says that Prashamaya Prasadaya. Prashamaya means in order to get their false ego completely wiped out. And not only that, their individuality. The individuality itself is the ego, the personality inside, feeling that false ego, I am ego, that ego. And in order to get them the perfection in their realization, tatraivandaradhiyata. And for a while, that happiness what gopis were experiencing, they lost it. They lost the whole happiness inside. And this, for a short period of time, they lost it. In spiritual life, this appearance and disappearances will always happen. Sometimes you will see happy in spiritual life, sometimes you will feel unhappy in spiritual life. That is quite normal. That is the initial stages it has to go through. One has to go through. So, this Bhagavatam, when we are speaking from Srimad Bhagavatam, this Krishna's appearance and disappearance, one can easily know that. One who has done a lot of sadhana, he will know this. Because after doing sadhana for many, many years, now and then you may have felt some experience, but quite often Krishna appears inside the heart, you feel some satisfaction inside, but then Krishna disappears and you feel miserable again. Feel miserable again. So, those who are engaged in bhakti sadhana or bhajans, they know these things. Then they will say like this, for some time it was very nice, but now everything has gone. They will complain like that about this. So this coming and going is very much a part of that spiritual process of the sadhana process. So actually, when this coming going stops, when it is continuously experiencing, that is called rasam. Rasam's definition is like that. This coming going continuously, coming and going, that's called nitya rasam, eternally rasam. So when we lose our false ego completely from inside, when we lose it completely, and our personality or individuality wipes out, takes it away from there, only at that stage this nitya rasam will happen to one person, will happen to anybody. So up to that time, we will have to go through this trouble of experiencing happiness and distress. But the important thing is, once somebody has come to spiritual life, afterwards it is Krishna's responsibility to take him further from there. Giving us trouble in this world and giving all sorts of problems and appearing and disappearing in our spiritual life, in our sadhana process, all of that is to destroy that false ego inside. So, in other words, to make us mature, to prepare us for the professional life in spirituality. So whenever that is necessary, once the person has come to spiritual life, Krishna will give some troubles to him at different times, according to the circumstances, and he will disappear. So whenever he feels pride, Krishna will come and give a bang on the head. For the false ego, in other words. False ego will get destroyed and prepare the jiva, the conditioned soul, and mature him for the experience of Krishna. So here also, Krishna wants to make a person who has come to spiritual life as his own. So before doing that, Krishna immediately disappeared from in front of the gopis, and that is what it says. Krishna disappeared from them, and when they have disappeared from there, so the anubhuti they were experiencing, that happiness or rasam that gopis were experiencing, that has been broken. And this is very difficult to understand, that suddenly Krishna has disappeared. Why should they feel so unhappy? These people may ask this question, Krishna has gone, so what? Could have asked that question, isn't it? But it is not that simple. That only will know one who has experienced Krishna consciousness to some level. Only then you will understand what is that bhakti's progress. Then a devotee who has experienced Krishna consciousness to some degree, he will know what that misery is when Krishna abandons him. When Krishna abandons a devotee. Who said this? Rukmini Devi said to Krishna. If you read the Srimad Bhagavatam, you will see there that Rukmini Devi says to Krishna, one who has experienced you, only though he knows or she knows what is that separation means from Krishna. In Rukmini Devi's message to Krishna, which was sent through the Brahmana to Krishna, if you read that, you will see this mentioned there. Rukmini Devi says to Krishna that in your separation, what happened? Actually, that whole Rukmini marriage to Krishna is to show to the world when the living entity, when it is separated from Krishna and its desire to go back to Krishna again, that separation of the living entity, separation from Krishna, that is what the Rukmini's message is all about. Rukmini Sandesham to Krishna is to indicate to us that a living entity who is separated from Krishna, how miserable his situation is in this world, or her situation in that way. So here also, you can see here, only those great personality, they know what separation means. What separation means. Rukmini Devi, suddenly a thought came to her mind. Previously I married Krishna when Ramachandra was there as Sita Devi, isn't it? Rukmini is Sita Devi. So that time I was sent away from the palace to the forest. Remember at the end. And Rukmini, Sita Devi felt it very much. And this time, when this incident happened, when did this happen was, if you look at the 60th chapter in the 10th canto, you will see, 60th chapter, Krishna teasing Rukmini Devi. There is a Krishna and Rukmini having a quarrel, a argument each other. In there, Krishna says to Rukmini, why did you marry me? You could have married Shishivara or somebody else, some other great kings. I am just an ordinary cowherd boy from Vrindavan. I don't have your aristocratic background what you have got. You coming from a royal family, I am coming from one of these men who are selling butter and milk in the Vrindavan. I am from that family. So we have no match each other. So many things Krishna says there. And deliberately to annoy Rukmini, Krishna spoke a lot of things. But when Krishna said all these things, the first thought that came to Rukmini's mind was what happened in the last time. That some excuse Ramachandra made and sent me to the forest. And that separation came to Rukmini's heart. And Rukmini says to Krishna that, is that what you are planning now? The same thing, are you going to repeat it again? What you have done in the Ramavadaram when it came as Ramachandra, you did the same thing to me. Are you going to do the same thing again? And thinking that, suddenly Rukmini collapsed there. You will see that in the 60th chapter. So separation, this will not be known to devotees like us. We won't understand this, what the separation means. But personalities like Rukmini Devi, Sita Devi and others, they know what separation means. So Jiva's separation from Krishna, when he making progress on the spiritual path, how it hurts that person, how disturbing it is, because you have left everything and come to Krishna. And if Krishna also leaves you, what will happen? You are nowhere then, isn't it? You have given up this world, your family life, gopis, that's what they have done. They have left their family. They have left all their connection with the children, parents, husbands, everything, all connection finished. Has come here, and in the middle Krishna leaves them and goes away. So this experience is not unusual. Among the great devotee circles, this is a common thing. That in order that even if there is a slight trace of false ego inside, if it comes, in order to get rid of that false ego, Krishna will have to do something. And generally in the case of gopis, what Krishna has done was Tatraiva Antaradhiyata. Immediately disappeared from the middle of the gopis. They were having rasa dance together, and while experiencing that rasa means rasam, rasovai saha. Rasam comes from Krishna. We also know that rasam comes from Krishna. Whenever we enjoy anything in this world, whatever happiness what we are getting, it is not coming from the object, it is coming from the soul, it's coming from Krishna. If you remember that, any experience of happiness in this world, whether through the senses or through in the mind, whatever experience we are having happiness in any form, that happiness is not coming from the sense object, it is coming from the soul. It's coming from the soul. So therefore Krishna, Rasovai Saha, all rasam, that is called, that happiness is rasam. So Rasovai Saha, rasam is Krishna's nature. Only Krishna has got rasam. So that rasam that is coming from the soul, from Krishna, that was being experienced. Gopis were having a great experience of that rasam in Krishna's association, and that's been broken now. That rasam has been suddenly broken, and gopis were feeling that. It was at that time. So here, Sukadeva Goswami also, the Srimad Bhagavatam mentions this. When Sita Devi was separated from Ramachandra, Ramachandra is crying, experiencing the separation. So, Parikshit Maharaj asked Sukadeva Goswami, will Ramachandra cry for separation, due to separation? He is asking this. Ramachandra is absolute truth. Will he cry? He says. So Sukadeva Goswami says there, whether it's Ramachandra or anybody in this world, doesn't matter. If you have attachment, you will cry. He says, that was the reply. Doesn't matter whether it's Ramachandra or anyone else. If ever we develop attachment anywhere, you will have to cry. So, and he mentioned like this and quietly walked out from that without elaborating it further. In the Ramayana verses in the 9th canto, you can see how he mentions that to about, we will look into the Ramayana story. Yes, I think in the 9th canto and 13th and 14th chapter. if you look at, 10th chapter in the 9th canto, there Sri Shuka Vacha, Shuka Brahmarshi is saying the Ramchandra story. So he begins with Khatwanga. Khatwanga is one of the famous personalities in the Bhagavatam. What similar to Muchukunda is this Khatwanga. What is the difference between Khatwanga and Muchukunda? The difference is this. Khatwanga also did exactly the same thing like Muchukunda. Went to the heavenly planets to help the demigods to fight the war against the demons. Those things all happened there. Khatwanga did exactly the same. Khatwanga comes in the same solar dynasty. It's a very powerful king. But important thing is about this Khatwanga is Khatwanga went to the heavenly planets, fought the war, won the war, everything. And demigods asked him what benediction should we give it to you. Exactly like the way they asked Muchukunda. Muchukunda said, I want liberation, he said. And demigod said, we can't give that to you. Then what did he say? I want to go and sleep, he said. So gave him the mercy or the benediction to go and to sleep. And then he met Krishna later, isn't it? Kalayana came, all that story is so through that, Muchukunda's life. Khatwanga's case, what happened? Khatwanga also went to the heavenly planets, fought the war for the demigods. And finally, Khatwanga knew that the war was over and demigods asked him question, what benediction do you want? So Khatwanga asked them, how much life have I got remaining in my life? How much lifespan have I got? That demigods can tell you how much lifespan you have. So they told him, you haven't got a lot of time, very little time, he said. So Khatwanga gave up everything, came to this world and engaged in such Krishna consciousness, in such a level that he went back to the spiritual world. It only took him 2.5 hours. Muhurtam, they call it Muhurtam. Khatwanga has got one Muhurtam, 2.5 hours. In 2.5 hours, Khatwanga went back to the spiritual world. Khatwanga was a devotee even before that. Practiced a lot of Krishna consciousness all through his life. There is an interesting discussion there between Khatwanga and the sages about that. But so this Khatwanga is one of the great personalities who appeared in that solar dynasty. So that is why Shuka Brahmarshi begins that. Khatwanga dirghava husya righut tasmal pruthishrava ajastado maharaja tasmad dasharado bhavan. From Khatwanga came Dirghavahu and from him came Raghu. Raghu is famous, very famous. Raghu is so famous, Kalidas created a master epic based on Raghu, what is called Raghuvamsha, Raghu's dynasty. In that dynasty, solar dynasty, Ramchandra was a famous personality. Krishna himself came as Ramchandra in the solar dynasty. Raghu was another great personality, and from there Raghu came Aja, and Aja's son is Dasharatha, and Dasharatha's son is Sri Ramchandra. That is that parampara. So Khatwanga, Dirghavahu, Raghu, and then Aja, and from Aja, Dasharatha and Ramchandra. This is that sequence. So here, when there is a number of verses there, you can read through that. There he says here, 11th verse in the 10th chapter, Rakshodhamena Vrgavadvimene Samaksham Vaideharaja Dhriganapaya Kripaya Pitayam Bratravane Kripanavat Priyaya Viyuktaha Stri Sanginam Gadimidi Pranayam Chachara. Says here that Ravana stole Sita Devi from the forest, and due to that separation, although Alparama means one who is completely situated in the platform of the soul, although he is Alparama, in order to show to others that if you are attached to women, for the men, attachment to women, for women, attachment to men, either way it is. In order to show that to others, Ramchandra moved around in the forest in a very distressed state. in order to warn the human species, whether it's man or woman, if attachment builds up, you have to suffer later at some point. That's why I say, Stri Sanginam Gadimiti Prathayam Shachara. Stri Sangam, because it's Ramachandra now, it says Stri Sanginam. It can be the other way also. Stri Sanginam Gadimiti Prathayam Shachara. Because of their attachment Ramachandra had for Sita, in order to show to the world that it is like that. Although he is Alpa Rama, although he is situated on the purely like Krishna, he is also Alpa Rama. Ramachandra is Alpa Rama. So, Stri Sanginam Gadimiti Prathayam Chachara. And then you will see again, it is mentioned later. If you look in the 11th chapter, 17th verse, 16th and 17th says that at one point Ramachandra could not bear the separation. Tachrutva Bhagavan Ramo Yundhanabhitiya Shuchaha Smaran Stasya Gunam Stasa Shakno Drogdavishwaraha. What happened was that this is after the Uttara Ramachandra. That means after war was over, Ramachandra brought back Sita Devi to the palace, and then you know the incident that happened. A washerman spoke something ill about the king. Ramachandra was travelling and he heard about that I'm not Ramachandra who will bring back like Sita Devi, because this washerman had a quarrel with his wife, and that washerman had a quarrel with his wife, and this wife had gone away after having some problem with the husband. Gone away and stayed in her house. And after a few months or so she came back. When she came back, washerman was very angry with her. And he started telling her that you can go back, you don't have to stay, come back and stay with me. He said, I'm not like Ramachandra, who Sita Devi had gone away and she has come back and he has accepted her like that. I'm not like that. Like that, a conversation was happening in a house. Ramachandra was going around that. He heard this conversation, that this is what people are thinking about me, what I have done, and it's not a good thing. And so he decided to send Sita Devi back away from home, from the palace. And Sita Devi goes to the Valmiki again, back to Valmiki, and there Sita Devi was pregnant at that time. And she had those two babies, Leva and Kusha, isn't it? The two sons were born at that time. So later on, you will see that Sita Devi, while leaving this world, she handed over these two children for Valmiki to look after. And she left this world. How did she leave this world? Muno Nikshipyadaneyo Sita Bhartra Vivasida Dhyayandi Ramacharano Vivaram Praviveshaha. Bhagavatam is saying, Muno Nikshipyadaneyo handed over both the children to Valmiki to look after. Sita Bhartra Vivasida Aha. Then Sita Bhartra Vivasida Aha. That thinking about Ramachandra and remembering Ramachandra, Sita Dhyayandi Ramacharana Vivaram Praviveshaha. The earth opened and she went back into the earth. Because she came from the earth. Sita Devi's appearance is from the earth. When they were plowing the land, Sita Devi came out from there as a baby. Janaka brought her up, and then similarly, because she came from the earth, she went back to the earth again. Sita Devi disappeared in that way. After that, Ramachandra felt very upset about that, and he says, Tachrutva Ramavarum Dhannavidya Shucham Smaram Stasya Gunam Stastam Ashakno Dhrogdhamishwaram. So after this, Ramachandra started thinking about Sita Devi and thinking about the qualities of, transcendental qualities of Sita Devi. Ramachandra could not bear the misery. He was so disturbed, upset about that, and he could not control that distress. He could not control that distress. She was so affected by the separation from Sita Devi. At that time, Shuka Brahmashi says about this, Stri Pum Prasangamedadrik Sarvatra Prasamavaha Abhishwarana Kimuda Gramyasya Grahachetasaha. He says, Stri Pum Prasangamedadrik.
the relationship between man and woman, he says, it even gives problem to the gods, he says. Even they have problems, he says. Why worry about the ordinary human beings? Human beings have got enough problems. Man and woman, there's a lot of problems, isn't it? And everybody knows that. So, if there is a problem in this world, it's not a surprise at all, he says. Why? Gods have got this problem between. It's no wonder why Shiva Brahmashi spoke like that, because Shiva Brahmashi is like that. That is his nature. He says, Sri Pum Prasangameda Sarvatra Trasamavaha Abhi Ishwaranam Kimuda Gyamyasya Grihacedasam. If it is causing problem for the gods, this relationship between man and woman, he says, what to talk about a householder who is very attached to his householder life? Is there any surprise these things happen in the householder life? Made a remark like this, Sukadeva Goswami, and moved on to the next topic. Didn't say anything further about it. Just a reference to it to tell us that this is what is in waiting in all these relationships. So, Sripam Prasangameda Drak Sarvatra Prasamavaha Abhi Ishwaranam Kimudagramyasya Grihacedasam. So, there also you will see there in the Bhagavatam that Srimad Bhagavatam, he mentions like this and went away from there. So it's a normal example that he has shown there. If you really understand that example, what Srila Brahmashi is saying there, that Jiva, while separated from Krishna, Sita Devi is the Jiva here, as Jiva is presented here. While separated from Krishna, is always in distress. And more than that, more than Sita, Ramchandra is in distress. Similarly, all the living entities, when they move away from Krishna, they feel distress. But more than us, Krishna also feels the distress. As much as we feel the distress being separated from Krishna. That is why it is spoken in that way. That is the purport of that verse. When Ramchandra and Sita Devi are all playing these pastimes in this world, to educate us through their life, they are showing to us that separation from Krishna is not a good thing. Anytime when we are separated from Krishna, life has no meaning. It goes on like this in this world, doing various things. Some goal, some perfection, or some goal for life comes when one takes to spiritual life, to Krishna consciousness. Is it not? Otherwise there is no life, goal in this life. You cannot say anything else as a goal in life. You may be doing so many things according to your... But real purpose of the life, or human life, is meant for this, going back home back to Krishna, or self-realization in other words. So that is what he is saying here, that this separation, whenever there is connection, samyogam, and then viyogam, association and then separation, and the intensity of that creates this problem. Before connection happened, we don't know anything about it, isn't it? So, but when bhakti develops and Krishna consciousness develops in a person, then when he loses it, he is feeling separation from Krishna. He is feeling separation from Krishna. So, then the next option for the living entity is to cry to Krishna, And similarly, same thing happened here. Gopis have started crying after feeling separation from Krishna. That is the first 3-4 verses in the next chapter, verse 30, chapter 30. Shri Shuka Vacha Andarhine Bhagavati Sahasayurajangana Adapyam Samla Achaksham Karinyamiva Yuthamam Gadanragasvara Vibhramokshileyam Manovaramala Vihara Vibramehi Ashitra Chitta Pramadhanama Pade Stasta Vijeshta Japrabhu Sadalmiyaha Gadismina Prayashana Bhashanadishu Priya Priyasya Pradiroda Mukthaya Asavaham Nityabhala Sadalmiya Nivedishu Krishna Vihara Vibhramaha Gayam Uche Amumeva Samhara Vichakrim Unmata Vadvana Paprachu Agasho Randaram Lahir Bodesha Sandam Purusham Vanaspadim. 4 verses. If you look at them, you will see there. This is the situation. Andarhine Bhagavati Sahasrayo Jangana. When Krishna suddenly disappeared, what did gopis feel? Ajakshanam karinyamivayo dhamam. So just like a lot of female elephants wandering around in the forest with the male elephant as their head. When the male elephant suddenly disappears, how the female elephants felt, that experience of the gopis. And that gopis, after Krishna has disappeared from them, they started so absorbed in Krishna and they started imitating the way Krishna was moving among them, how Krishna was walking, how Krishna was smiling, how Krishna was looking, and so many things, how Krishna's different bodily activities, they started imitating and trying to feel an attachment to Krishna in that way, trying to keep connection with Krishna in that way. So Krishna, Gadasmida Prekshana Bhashana Dishu, Priya Priyasya Pradirudam Mukthaya, Asavaham Tit Abala Tada Alpiga, and Nyavedishu Krishna Vihara Vibhraman. So Krishna is seeing all these things, but gopis cannot see Krishna at that time. Krishna can see what the gopis are doing, but gopis cannot see Krishna. So Krishna was watching what the gopis were doing. Gopis were actually imitating Krishna in everything what Krishna has done before. Krishna's smile, Krishna's way of looking at Krishna, the way Krishna spoke, all these things, and every one of them started saying that I am like Krishna, and they were acting like Krishna in various ways. Gayandi Uchairavaya Samhadam Vijikram Inmatagavadana Advanam Paprachum Agashanandaram Behir Budeshu Sandam Purusham Vanaspadim. Here they were asking Paprachum Agashanandaram Bahir Budeshu Sandam Purusham Vanaspadim. Sukadeva Goswami is saying to the gopis that they are wandering around in the forest looking for someone. Who are they looking for? Sukadeva Goswami is asking the question to them. Who are they looking for? They are saying, have you seen Krishna? They are asking all the trees and plants and creepers and all who are present there, animals who are present, all of them, and all other living entities. Gopis were asking, have you seen Krishna? Have you seen Krishna? Sukadeva Goswami is having a little fun with the gopis at that time. He is saying to the gopis, who are you inquiring after? Paprachu, look at the words. Paprachu, he is asking, Agashanandaram Behem, Budeshu Sandam Purusham Vanaspadim. Paprachu Agashanandaram Behem. Agasham is sky. Like the sky, who is present in everyone inside and outside. There is nowhere in this creation where you can say Krishna is not present. And they are asking, have you seen Krishna? How can you ask this question? Who are you looking for? And he is smiling. Sukadeva Goswami is smiling, saying this. Seeing the ignorance of the gopis. Gopis are looking for Krishna. And Sukadeva Goswami sees only Krishna, nothing else in this creation. That is Sukadeva Goswami, isn't it? Tam sarvabhuta hridayam nimanatosmi. In the beginning it says, isn't it? Sukadeva Goswami pays his obeisances to Srila Brahmarshi like that. Sarvabhuta hridayam, present in everyone's heart, he can see everything everywhere. That is his state. So, Tam sarvabhuta hridayam nimanatosmi. Because Tam sarvabhuta hridayam nimanatosmi. Gopis have been looking for Krishna everywhere. And what they have seen now, Srila Brahmarshi says to them that person whom you are looking for, how can you say without seeing him? Because Srila Brahmarshi is seeing them everywhere. Says to him that Paprachu Agashanandaram Bahir Budeshu Sandam Purusham Vanaspadi. And they are asking, he's here, that like the sky, which is present everywhere, Krishna is present in everyone and in everywhere, inside, outside. And he cannot hide anywhere. And as Siddhavastu, who is present and who is available to everyone, In everyone's inside, outside, He is present. And they are inquiring to all the plants and trees, have you seen Krishna? Is there anything more foolish than that? That's what Shuka Brahmarshi's question is. That's why you will see there, in the next 4 or 5 verses, is before Shuka Brahmarshi talks about that, he mentions this. That Paprachu Agashvadandaram, that just like the sky who is present inside, outside everybody, and Budeshu Sandam Purisham Vanaspadi, and except Krishna, nothing else is present in this world. Not knowing, showing this, realizing that the gopis' situation is like that, he says how the gopis have been inquiring. Drishtuava kachin ashwatham plaksham nigrodhango mana nanda sonurgado hutva premahasa avalokanehi kachil kuravaga ashokam nagapunnaga chambagaha ramanujo maninam ido dundapaharasmidam kachit tulasi kalyani govinda charana priye sahatwaligalai bribrat drishtasthedi priyochudaha Maladjala Shiva Kachin Mallige Jadi Yudige Pridimo Jananyala Karasprashena Mahava Chuda Priyala Panasasana Kovidaram Jambaka Binda Kamala Amakadambaniva Yenya Parakapava Yamunova Kula Shamsandu Krishna Padavim Rahidal Manamna Kimte Kram Shridabo Padakeshava Angri Sparshosava Pulagiganguruher Bhudasi Aphendri Sambhavu Vikrama Vikramadva Aho Vayaha Purusha Pavidam Bhanena Apyenavatni Bhagadapiye Hagakrai Tvanandrisham Sarisunir Prati Achilova Kandanga Sangha Kuja Kungumala Jidaya Kundasraja Kulapade Vavadhigandhaha. So, many from verse 4 after that, 5, 6, right up to 11, is all that inquiry going on between the gopis are looking for Krishna, and gopis are inquiring from the different personalities there. He is inquiring from them that have you seen Krishna? Have you seen Krishna anywhere? They are asking that. So that is what all those verses are about. All the plants, trees, flowers, they were all there with the flowers had a lot of fine smell, and the wind was bringing that smell also. And they are saying, Shuka Brahmarshi is saying there, that when that smell was coming from the flowers, it was making the gopis more intoxicated with that. And they were inquiring after Krishna. And Unmaddavat Vanat Vanam Vichikyaho. Their inquiry is so intense that he mentions there, they were looking for Krishna. The same example area, you will see in the Ramayana also the same thing happens. When Sita Devi was separated from Ramachandra, and in Valmiki Ramayana in Kishkinda Kandam, you will see there that Ramachandra going and asking every plant and the tree, have you seen Sita Devi? Just like gopis are asking now all the plants, trees and creepers, whether have you seen Krishna? Similarly, Ramachandra is also going and asking while separated from Sita Devi in the same way. So what it is that, have you seen Sita? Ramachandra is asking them. So, in other words, for a jiva, for a living entity, for him, how much separation, when he starts feeling separation. In the initial spiritual life, initially there is no separation feeling. It is, service is done in order to develop a relationship with Krishna. Service is performed. But bhakti, after engaging in bhakti for a long period of time, what will happen when bhakti develops in the heart? that person will feel the separation from Krishna. Separation comes from Krishna at that time. So when that separation happens, then how if the jiva experiences separation, similarly, at that stage, Krishna also feels a separation from the devotee. It is an advanced stage of spiritual life. In the early years of spiritual life, separation is not an issue. Separation is not an issue. Separation is not an issue. There, because no relationship has been built on. So, practically to say that Krishna has a feeling of separation. That is why these two examples. Gopi separation from Krishna to prove that the devotee is feeling separation from Krishna. Ramchandra's separation from Sita Devi is to show that Krishna also feels separation from the devotee. So these 2 points are shown through these 2 examples in Ramayana and Bhagavatam. Bhagavatam example is to show that devotee feels a separation from Krishna, like the gopis felt. Yeah. To show that jiva feels a separation from Krishna. Ramayana example is to show that Ramachandra is feeling separation from Sita Devi. To show that Krishna or Ramachandra also feels separation from the devotee. Both are true. Both are true. That's why these examples in the Ramayana and Bhagavatam. To show this example. We think that we have feeling separation from Krishna. Krishna doesn't feel any separation from us. That is not true. That is not true. But only thing is this happens at a very advanced stage, not before. In the early days in spiritual life, we have to go through all the other sadhana process and develop some relationship with Krishna. Only when the rasam comes, Shanta, Dasam, Sakyam, Vatsalyam, Madhuryam, all the various mellows, when they develop, that is when separation is experienced. Only when then separation is experienced. This feeling between devotee and Krishna is experienced at that stage. In the early days, one has to develop that relationship. And we are completely free from all that now at this stage. So there also we can see that Krishna also feels a separation from jiva. As soon as jiva is feeling separation from Krishna, Krishna will also start feeling separation from the jiva. That is how it is. When jiva feels separation from Krishna, in other words, the desire in a devotee has to be so strong to realize the truth, to go back to Krishna. When we say in bhakti process, it is spoken in this way. When you is feeling that intense separation from Krishna, it is then Krishna feels a separation from the devotee. Not otherwise. In the early days of spiritual life, we are performing sadhana. And after doing sadhana for a long period of time, we will come to know that it is not possible. Our ego will go. A lot of ego will get released in that process. That's what will happen. So that separation is what is shown in this Bhagavatam here. Bhagavatam, what is shown is the separation of the jiva from Krishna. In Ramayana, what is shown is the separation for Krishna, for Ramchandra from the jiva. Sita Devi is shown as a jiva there. And here also, Rukmini Devi as a jiva, it is shown in the Bhagavatam. In Bhagavatam, both are there. That Ramayana story, early Sita Devi separation from Ramchandra, but here you can see as Rukmini Devi separation from Krishna. That is jiva separation from Krishna. And now again Gopi separation from Krishna. How they are experiencing that separation. So that separation is shown here. So what is actually causing the problem for the jiva is basically all other impurities inside the heart. Lust, anger, greed and illusion and ragam, dvesham, attachment, aversion. And all those things are why we are not feeling separation from Krishna at the moment. Because of all these things. That's why these are all these, what we call it as the kamam, krodham, lobham, moham, madam, malsaryam. There are 6 kinds of impurities inside. All 6 of them is actually is nothing but false ego. False ego's manifestation is all of that. All of that is false ego's manifestations. So, all our miseries of this world and all distress is everything. The very root cause of all that is this false ego. False ego inside, that disease, that is the disease. Ramchandra mentions that in the Yoga Vasishta. After all this Ramayana was compiled, Valmiki, then we see what is known as Yoga Vasishta, where is the discussion between Vasishta and Ramchandra. About 32, that is the spiritual side of Ramayana. Ramayana is 24,000 verses, but the Yoga Vasishta is 32,000 verses. So together actually it is Ramchandra's story, Yoga Vasishta as well as Ramayana together, which is 56,000 verses. Srimad Bhagavatam is 18,000 verses. So Yoga Vasishta, where this discussion between Ramchandra is purely on a spiritual level. And there Ramchandra is saying to Vasishta, where he mentions this, Ahankara Vashad Apat, all the problems we have, dangers, what we have in this world is only because of our own false ego. Ahankara Duragaya, all desires that is coming inside us and creating problems for us is also due to false ego, Ahankara. Now, Ahankara Vashadiha, there is no other danger that like problems created except Ahankara. Atma Ahankara Paroripu. Our greatest enemy is this Ahankara, false ego inside. So, this Ahankara, that it is the root cause of all the problems, Ramchandra says there. So, in other words, Ramchandra says to Vasishta, I have found out the very cause of this material existence, he says. Ahankara Paroripu. So, I don't see any enemy I have in this world except this false ego, he says. So, therefore, because Ahankara is there, I have desires and all kinds of disturbances inside my mind. Therefore, says to Vasishta, my dear Vasishta, if you don't treat this Ahankara and false ego, your tree of spiritual life will fall completely down. It won't be able to stay. Spiritual life will come to an end, in other words. Adhyatma Vaksha. Adhyatma Vaksha means comparing our spiritual life to a tree. If this tree has got this infection of Ahankaram in there, then the tree will fall completely down on the ground. It won't be able to stand very long. It won't be able to stand very long. So this Ahankaram, false ego, it comes in different forms. Pride and other kinds of ego, all kinds of ego, what comes in different forms. And it will dress up in different ways and it will come. Similarly, it can also come in the name of Loka Vasana and Deha Vasana, Shastra Vasana. What it means is, Loka Vasana means, you know that there is what is known as Eshana Prem. Eshana Prem means that what we have in us, what we carry with us in our conditioned state. Loka Vasana means to become somebody important in this world. Everybody should recognize me, I am somebody important here. And everybody should respect me for that. And things like that. This kind of looking for recognition in this world is called Loka Vasana. It won't go away easily. Even after coming to spiritual life also, it will be there. It won't leave us. It will follow us in some form. Material world will follow us in one way, spiritual life will follow us in another way. That's all. There is no difference practically. Vasana is not gone. That's called Loka Vasana. So, Loka Vasana is one thing. Then the Deha Vasana. Deha Vasana means identification with the body and feeling a great happiness in that. That body, experiencing the body and thinking, I am this body, identifying with that body, feeling some importance due to that. That is Deha Vasana. Because when you identify with the body, it gives you an identity in this world and also makes you feel that you are someone in your own society or in the world. So that is all a part of the Dehavasana. Shastra Vasana is, after studying Shastra, start thinking that I have studied all the Shastrams now and I know what is the truth. That is Shastra Vasana. So all these things in a person when he has it, it comes from the false ego. False ego is where all this is coming from. So that false ego, in the field of spiritual life also, it will come and it will stand there dressed up in another form. In some form it will stand there. Mainly what Krishna says is amanitvam. That is the main one. Amanitvam. I am somebody important, that feeling. So similarly, if a devotee feels that I have got Krishna, if he starts feeling like that, that itself immediately Krishna will disappear. Because one thing to remember here is that Krishna is not something what you have to get. What you have to get. Because when I am there, I can't get Krishna. When I am there, I can't get Krishna. And if I get it, it won't stay. It won't stay also. That is what Shruti is saying. Shruti is saying like this. One who thinks that he has got Krishna, he has not got Krishna. One who thinks he has got Krishna, he hasn't got Krishna. Naham vedha vedasa. Similarly, one who thinks that he knows, he doesn't know anything, he says. So this is Rishis, the sages have already spoken about this in the Upanishads. When spiritual realization happens, there are certain statements in the Upanishads like this. Vedandam evam purusham mahandam adityavarnam tamasa parastam. What it is saying there is that if you read that, Vedandam evam purusham mahandam adityavarnam tamasa parastam, that explaining that truth, and the sages have says to us, we have got it, you can also get it. Vedas says like this in Upanishads, there is a statement like this. Rishis saying to us, we have found out the truth, you can also have the truth, you can also get it. Now that statement is not based like the way Amanitvam does, like the gopis felt it. It is not the same, they are two different things. When the sages are saying this, they are telling us that we have followed this process, we have experienced this truth, you can also experience it if you follow this process. That's all they are saying to us. Nothing more than that. They are not giving any importance to what they have got, because as far as they are concerned, Krishna is not something what you have to get. We already have it. We already have it. So if you say to somebody that I got Krishna now, it doesn't mean anything. Krishna is already there in everyone, isn't it? So, in other words, when the sages are saying, they are saying this with a lot of affection for the human society. They are saying that we have experienced Krishna, you can also experience Krishna in the same way. Not otherwise that you all worship us now because we have got Krishna now. Not in that way. That's not what this says. That's why when you read Upanishads you will see some statements. You must not think that these sages are like our people, ordinary people. They are not speaking from the platform of ego. Vedandam evam purusham mahandam adityavarnam tamasat parastat. That is a different kind of experiencing things. So here, what they are saying is, what we have realized, you can also realize. And Shrunandu Ishe Amrudasya Putraha, that saying to the human species, Shrunandu, hear this, Amrudasya Putraha, or sons of immortality. Then inviting everybody to come and experience the same self-realization what they have experienced. They are not saying that we have seen Krishna, but once somebody who is experiencing some happiness, he also wants others to share in the same way. Just like when people get some sweets, they want to distribute to everybody to enjoy that sweet in the same way. Not due to false ego. Sages are not talking from the false ego level. So this false ego can come in the bhakti process. That is the biggest problem in the bhakti process. False ego comes when everything is gone. Then it simply becomes a mundane affair. Bhakti becomes a mundane affair. Bhakti margam, it can come, and bhakti and false ego won't go together. They won't go together. Ahangaram is called vibhakti. It's called vibhakti, opposite to bhakti. Aham, vayam, all these are vibhakti in the grammar also. That and the bhakti won't go together. Wherever there is a moment inside due to false ego, there bhakti cannot stay. And nobody can say that, one cannot say that I am a devotee. One cannot say that I am a devotee and feel the pride in that. Sometimes devotees feel like that, isn't it? I am a devotee, so feels pride in that. So, therefore, bhakti you can actually practice it. But to make bhakti as a siddhantam is difficult. Bhakti as a siddhantam is very difficult. In jnanam, you can be situated in the platform of knowledge, you can reflect on that. That is possible in the jnanam. But siddhantam is difficult. If you start making siddhantam out of that, it will become ahankara, false ego. In other words, when you start trying to explain bhakti or as a siddhantam to others, or when you start explaining jnanam as a siddhantam to others, ahankara will come. False ego will come in that. Same thing with yoga also, yoga system also, Ashtanga yoga also. So just like somebody thinks that suppose someone has practiced Ashtanga yoga for a long period of time and developed yoga process very well, and that person will feel that I have developed so many yogic power in me, that ahankaram will come in that person also. So whether it is jnana margam, whether it is yoga margam, whether it is bhakti margam, in all the processes, ahankaram has false ego has a very powerful influence there. Even what to talk about charity, even while performing charity, I am performing charity, there will be the ahankara, false ego will come. So, just like all spiritual life, one has to be conscious of this, that just like if a dust falls into the eye, how the eye gets affected, its vision, in the same way, this ahankara comes in, then all our spiritual activities suffer. Yogi's heart, devotee's heart, jnani's heart, all of them, they will be constantly observing this false ego is coming in or not. That's what they keep their eye on. Is the false ego developing at any time? Who are practicing spiritual life very seriously, that is all where their attention will be. All their attention will be on that point. So, even if without their knowledge it pops up, if it pops up without their knowledge, those who are practicing spiritual life very seriously, whether they are yogis, jnanis or devotees, their constant attention is on this false ego. If it pops up without their knowledge, and if it does happen, when they recognize that they had a false ego, then they cry in front of Krishna. That for and feel abandoned by that, and also feels that they talk to Krishna or talk to the deity whom they are worshipping about their disturbed state and praying to Krishna to free them from that. So that is quite common in the spiritual life. So gopis also, this is quite a natural thing among the devotees. That when they feel that they have done something wrong, or the false ego has created some problem for them, the only alternative is to go and cry in front of Krishna and say to him, this has happened to me. So truthful one has to be in spiritual life. So instead of something has gone wrong, what can you do that has happened? The only thing you can do is to say to Krishna. And because you know that you have lost Krishna at that time. So exactly that's the same thing what the gopis have done here. Also you can see here. So living entity, Jiva feels distress in life, isn't it? Jiva knows only when he gets distress, he will come closer to Krishna. He has to be beaten and beaten again and again. And because after eating the poison means what? Sense gratification. It has become a habit with him. After eating the poison for a long period of time of sense gratification, which has become its habit. So when you give him something sweet, there is no taste for the sweet. Because he is used to eating the poison, isn't it? So, similarly, this ahankaram, that false ego inside, that poison has grown so well inside, the poisonous tree inside, false ego has grown so strongly. When you give him something sweet, he is not feeling any attraction for that. Though that state of consciousness, when there is complete freedom from the false ego, that state of consciousness, where there is no the state of chitta-siddhi, or there is no chittavritti inside, that is the basis for spiritual life. Basis for spiritual life. In other words, Ananda Chinmaya Hare Gopika Ramana. Krishna, who is Ananda Chinmaya, Gopika Ramana. Gopi who gave happiness to gopis, and who is full of bliss. And who is Chinmaya, spiritual, totally spiritual. So the prayer says that at any moment in time, I should not ever think about that I am doing this. In spiritual life, that is an important realization that I am the person who is engaged in the spiritual activity to please you. That I is the whole problem. So there is two states there. In the early days, when while engaging in the spiritual activities, one should not think I am doing all, I am doing this, I am doing this. So many things people are saying like that, isn't it? It is this I am doing is what you see all the time. People want to let the whole world know that I have done all these things. It has not left them. So you have two hurdles to cross there. First thing is I am doing. Why do I have to tell the whole world I have done this in spiritual life? It's a matter between Krishna and the devotee, isn't it? So I am doing, that kartrutvam won't go easily even after coming to spiritual life. Even after coming to spiritual life, kartrutvam don't leave us easily. Kartrutvam will follow us in everything. And that kartrutvam, when it becomes very strong, then you have to let the whole world know that this is what I have done in spiritual life. I have preached all these things, so many things are wonderful things I have done in this world. And it should be immediately put on the world to know that this is what I am doing. So this I am doing is the first problem. I am doing doesn't go away easily. Now the devotee is saying to Krishna, if I feel like that, if ever I feel I am doing it, at least let it be in this way, that everything that is happening is because of you. At least let that thought come. If you have to identify with someone that it is being done by somebody, instead of thinking I am doing it, at least that thought will be, let it be like this, that everything what is being done is by you. Is by you. Which means what? That in my realized state, like Sukadeva Goswami said, isn't it? That in his realized state, what has happened to Sukadeva Goswami, he is saying there that everything in this creation, what is going on is Sukadeva Goswami is experiencing. Tam sarvabodha hridayam munimana gosmi. Let it be like that. The devotee says to Krishna, if I have to think that I am doing it, first of all, I should not think that it is happening because of me. But if it do happen, that all these things are happening because of me, if it is like that, let it be in such a way that everything is happening within me, in other words. The soul that is present inside, and the soul present, it is in the soul, everything is happening in this creation. Soul is the background, just like the screen, isn't it? Screen is the background, and all emotions, excitement, all feelings, thoughts, thought waves, everything is happening in the background of the soul. So if I identify with the soul, spiritual identity comes, then all these things won't cause any problems. But if the identity happens with the false ego, then it is a problem. So these two states are there. So if I realize that I am not doing anything, I am not the doer, if I have that depth of realization in me, it is called samadhi state. On the other hand, if I am doing everything, in other words, everything is happening, the soul, and my identifications with the soul, and soul is performing everything, that is called uttanasthiti, waking up state. So, while we seeing this world here, that we are experiencing here, that this world itself, the creation itself is, everything I should see is nothing but a manifestation of the soul. If you see that like that, you can experience that samadhi state even in the vacant state. So that is the meaning of that. So here what has happened is that gopis are saying to Krishna, gopis have started realizing the mistake what they have done, and nothing has happened externally, but inside the gopis' heart this pride has developed that Krishna has become ours, Krishna is under our control. Only this one slight trace of thought has happened inside, Krishna disappeared from there. So whenever there is false ego, whenever there is false ego, personality, individuality, whichever way, if you want to call that false ego, there knowledge cannot stay. Knowledge cannot be there. So, sarvatra bhagavat swarupa darshan. So, because our personality itself is that ignorance that is blocking that realization. So, when this ignorance comes inside, experience of Krishna we lose. Experience of Krishna we lose at that time. That's the symptom of Krishna consciousness, experience of Krishna is Shanti. Shanti is the thing. So, Bhagavad Anubhav, or when there is no Vikalpam inside. So, when we realize that consciousness, Krishna, spirit, which is present in all through the creation, is present in us and that experience comes in here. So, what will happen is, Chittavritti stops there and Shanti comes in. And when we start thinking at that time, it is Chittavritti. It is Chittavritti. So, when there is no Chittavritti inside, no Vritti, Chittavritti happens inside, that is when one experiences Krishna. So, there one has to experience Krishna in that state. That is proper experience of Krishna. What we call it as Nischala Tattvam. Even for a small period of time, if one experiences Shanti inside, that is experience of Krishna there. That is experience of Krishna there. So, here, you will see here, Gopis are also saying to Krishna, that what is that thing that is obstructing our experience of Krishna. So, Jiva's ahangaram, when false ego, when it comes up in a person, it takes into two forms. It becomes two first. That is how the ahangaram happens. Because when it becomes two, then there is distress. There is distress, kalushyam, ashanti. So, inside, if you have to stay shanti, there is no higher state than that, but that shanti will be broken as soon as there is duality in the life. Chittavritti starts. So, if you start inquiring in a deeper level, what actually has caused this disturbance of the peace inside, you will notice there your false ego has made some movement inside. Yogis, jnanis and all, they very carefully observe what changes are happening inside all the time. That's what's more important for them. That when ahangaram moves away, ahangaram starts moving, any movement happens in the false ego, there can never be any peace inside. And for example, many times when we have ashanti or peace is disturbed inside, we will say that our husband is responsible, wife is responsible, children are responsible, or something at the place, workplace or office, something has happened, that's responsible. But if you very carefully look at it, you will see there, somewhere your false ego has been hurt. That's where the problem is started. Not due to anything else. Whenever there is false ego has made a slight movement inside, immediately the shanti has gone. Peace has gone from inside. Husband, wife, children, office and all that external things. They are not the problem has happened inside, not there. They happen to be that they are responsible for our disturbance. We think like that. But practically it is not so. That shanti has happened because your false ego has been hurt. That's where the problem has happened. So, ahangaram. So, that shanti, that movement of the false ego, when you have lost the peace inside, that is called Krishna's disappearance. Tirodhanam. They call it as Tirodhanam. Tirodhanam means disappearance. The shanti is Krishna's nature. We are supposed to experience that shanti inside all the time. All time, that shanti should be there in a person. That's what Krishna is talking about, isn't it? Lord Bhagavad Gita, shanti, 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 he keeps saying. And shanti is a normal state we are supposed to be. But whenever there is a slight disturbance inside, shanti goes away. And shanti goes away because ahangaram has moved inside. Some movement has happened in our false ego also. So, Krishna's form is that shanti present in us. Ashanti means losing that peacefulness inside, is as though Krishna has disappeared from inside. So we have to inquire what is the medicine for that. And what is the medicine? Medicine is the only thing is, if you want peace again, you have to cry to Krishna. You have to cry in front of Krishna. That is what it is. Then in the Devi Stuti prayers to Sri Parvati, there is this spoken very explicitly about this. Then you will see there, Upasana Mantra for the Devi, it says that न मोक्षस्याकांक्षा न च विभवांक्षा विजनमे न विज्ञानावेक्षशशिमुखी सुखे चापि न पुनः अतस्त्वां संयाचे जननि जननं यातु मम वै मृडानि रुद्राणि शिव शिव भवानी इति जपताः. So there, न मोक्षस्याकांक्षा, all desires that has come inside, that all desires that is coming is disturbing the Shanti inside. Isn't it? Any desire, once that develops in the heart, it disturbs the Shanti. Shanti is an important state. That is the Shanti is a state where you are experiencing Krishna. So normally you can see that this Shanti is the one what the yogis are looking for, what the jnanis are looking for, what the devotees are looking for. This Shanti state. So the only option is when the Shanti goes away, all they can do is to cry in front of the deity what they are worshipping. So just like only the crying baby gets some milk, that's the same, isn't it? So what is that milk? Milk is that knowledge. Knowledge is the milk. So those who are experiencing that, they will know, those who are in that state, great devotees and jnanis, when they have received that knowledge, they were able to free themselves from that state of disturbed state from inside. So when the mind is very disturbed, it will be very difficult to engage in spiritual life, is it not? Suppose you want to chant the holy name, if your mind is very disturbed, you will find it very difficult to chant, isn't it? Or meditation, or anything. If you want to do anything seriously in spiritual life, your mind has to be peaceful inside. So Shanti is a necessity even in spiritual life, everywhere. So that is why you will notice this Jnanasambandha story I mentioned before, that he was a 3.5 years old child. When he was sitting there and he was crying for the milk, the father was waiting in the tank. He was waiting on the tank steps. So when this little child cried for the milk, he was hungry. He was crying for the milk. Shiva came with Sri Parvati and she gave the milk to him, and they left. Through that milk, the knowledge was transmitted to Jnanasambandha. That's how it was called Jnanasambandha, because of the connection with the knowledge in that way. And later on, when father came back from the tank after bathing, when he saw that the milk was dropping from the baby's mouth, and he got upset with the child, asking the child, who gave you the milk? He has a reason to get upset, because they were such personalities, they had good training not to eat or drink from anywhere else unless it's been properly prepared and offered to the deity. That's their tradition is like that. So if they have accepted somebody else has come and given the milk. That was the father's thinking. So the son says to the father, this 3.5-year-old child, pointing out the hand to the deity where he came on the top of the bowl with mother and she gave me the milk, he says. Jnanasambandha says like that. So when the father asked that question, you can see here that as soon as Sri Parvati gave that milk to Jnanasambandha became ecstatic. He experienced that happiness of spiritual life. Hridayam abhimushitva harsha sindhau nyathastvam. Narayaniam, you will see Melpatur saying the same thing. When gopis gave the milk to Krishna, Krishna took the milk from the gopis Krishna experiences that amount of happiness. Not only that, Hridayam abhimushitva harshasindho nyadhastvam. Krishna stole the butter, milk and everything. Apart from that, Krishna stole their heart as well. That is how it mentions. Not only that, he stole the milk and butter, he stole their heart as well. Their heart as well. Krishna did that. So, when the devotee cries in front of Krishna, the solution comes from Krishna. Krishna appears in front of them again, appears in the heart, in other words. So, it doesn't mean that in the gopis' case, Krishna has appeared there, outside. But normally in a devotee's life, it's not necessary that Krishna has to appear outside. But even if Krishna appears outside, you won't experience that bliss inside. So, in spiritual life, it is not a lot of importance given for Krishna appearing in front of you. It's not given importance. This, we have to be very sure about this, because most of us are thinking that perfection of spiritual life is when Krishna appears in front of us. Isn't it? I've seen God, we can say to others. I've seen Krishna, I've seen God. But that is not given any importance in spiritual life. Appearance and disappearance is not an important thing. Experience, anubhuti is more important than appearance in the front. Sometimes you may have appearance in front of us, but anubhuti may not happen. You can see in the Bhagavatam, Krishna appeared in front of Narada Maharshi, then disappeared. Krishna appeared in front of Dhruva, he disappeared after that. And Krishna has appeared many places. But the anubhuti, Krishna what talks about in the Agadhya Skandam, Krishna is saying there that, and later on Krishna had to teach this to gopis also, that my presence is not important, my experience is important. Is it not? If you study Bhagavatam, you will notice this carefully. Krishna sent Uddhava to teach gopis this lesson. Krishna left Vrindavanam when Krishna was 10 or 11 years old, went to Mathura, isn't it? Gopis could have followed Krishna if they wanted to. They didn't go. By now, Krishna has already given the spiritual understanding to the gopis that experiencing Krishna is more important than seeing Krishna outside. Krishna never went back to gopis again. After that, according to Srimad Bhagavatam, Krishna goes to see the gopis never went back. On the other hand, gopis have seen Krishna later on for the marriage they had come. Rukmini's marriage with Krishna. That's when first time Nanda Maharaj, Yashoda Devi and few gopis have come at that time to see Krishna. Prior to that, Krishna never went back, according to Srimad Bhagavatam. So the important thing here is, Krishna never believed that seeing him in person is important, rather experiencing Krishna is more important. Anubhuti they call it, Anubhuti Mandalam. That means here also you can see that inside if you are experiencing that Shanti, peace and Anandam, the bliss, that means you are experiencing Krishna. Not otherwise. Whatever, if Krishna has appeared today and Krishna will disappear tomorrow, there is no guarantee for that. Krishna said this to the gopis. When Uddhava was sent to talk to gopis, initially gopis made a big hue and cry about it, isn't it? But then Uddhava spoke to them about that, and gopis, and Krishna, when Uddhava delivered the message to the gopis understood that Krishna is not something who goes away from us. In other words, when you realize Krishna's presence inside, that is spiritual life. Not seeing Krishna as a person somewhere else who is living far away, and if you get to see him one day, that is the perfection of spiritual life. That is not the perfection of spiritual life. Perfection of spiritual life is realizing Krishna within and able to hold that realization all the time without losing it. That is a higher state than seeing Krishna who will come and who may go tomorrow, who may not stay there in front of us. So this is the important thing what gopis are learning here. Gopis, through this rasa dance, this realization had come to them. You will, when you go back into later on in the 47th chapter, that's why that 46th and 47th chapters are important. There you will see there that when they came to Shri Shukha Vacha, that this is in the 46th, I think. No, 47. Uddhava Gopi Samvada. Uddhava and Gopi is having a discussion. There, what did Uddhava say to them? Uddhava sent this message. Krishna sent Uddhava to the Gopis. And there, Shri Bhagavan Vacha, Bhavadina Niyogomi Nahi Sarvalpana Kochil, that is in the 47th chapter, verse 29. And where the message has come from Krishna, Uddhava has brought this message. Bhavadina Niyogomi Nahi Sarvalpana Kochil, Yatha Bhudani Bhudeshu Khamvayu Agnir Jalam Mahi. Alpanyeval, Alpanyeval Alpanam, Srajehan Anubhave, Alpamaya Anubhavena, Udendriya Guna Alpana. This is the message from Krishna to the Gopis. Message is that you will never be, first thing Krishna is saying here, Bhavadina Niyogomi Nahi Sarvalpana Kochil. Never a separation will happen from me. Krishna is sending the message. Never any separation will happen from me. Because in all the five material elements, I am present there, and in every living entity, I am present inside them. Similarly, I am also present in everyone through the mind, intelligence, senses, and all the other qualities. In everywhere, they are all present because I am there. In other words, to wake up gopis to the reality that the soul inside is the source, from there everything comes. Till the gopis realize this, if you see simply Krishna as only as a cowherd boy who was their darling, whom they loved so much, Krishna doesn't want that relationship with the gopis. Krishna wants them to understand that I am that thing, soul, in other words, from whom all the mind, intelligence, ego, everything is functioning within us. All five material elements are operating in this world. Krishna's message, this is the message Krishna sent through Uddhava to the gopis. They wanted gopis to understand, not to see me anymore in that form which I was present in front of you and getting attracted to that. On the other hand, the proper realization of the truth. Truth is this. He mentions there in the next verse, 30. Alpanye alpan almanam srajehan manupalaye alpamaya anubhavena budendriya gunalmanam. Alpanye alpan almanam, Krishna is saying. Alpanye alpan almanam means in the soul, background of the soul alone, due to the power of its yoga maya, creates all the living entities, senses, all other activities what you see in the creation is happening. In other words, that Atma only is capable of doing that, and it is Atma that matters. So, that matters. Krishna is saying this to the gopis. Krishna is not just saying to gopis, now you have seen me, or you crying because I am not there. Krishna is not saying that. On the other hand, deliberately Krishna didn't go back to Vrindavan to see the gopis. Why? Krishna wants them to wake up to the reality. Reality is this, that under all circumstances, if we don't realize Krishna inside, then our spiritual realization is never perfect, is complete. Perfection won't happen. A form will appear and form will go. That's not given importance. Many people think like this, oh, he had a darshan of Krishna, he has seen Krishna, and Krishna has disappeared after that. But self-realization hasn't happened. Till we realize that the soul inside who is present is Krishna who is present inside, that relationship is not understood, then our spirituality is incomplete. It hasn't come to the perfection. That's what Krishna is saying all these things to Gopi. There is 4 or 5 verses. This is the message Krishna has sent through Uddhava to talk to the Gopis. He says, Alma Jnanamayaha Shuddhaha Vediritu Agunanmayaha Sushruti Swapnam Jagradir Maya Vrati Bhiriyate. Alma's nature, the very nature of Alma is knowledge. Knowledge is the nature of the soul. Soul by very nature is full of knowledge. And therefore, because it has knowledge as its nature, in all the activities of the three modes of material nature, it has nothing to do with it. Triguna, or three modes of material nature, he does not have anything to do with the three modes of material nature. He is sending this message to gopis through Uddhava to tell them this. They were crying and beating their chest and saying, Krishna is gone, Krishna is gone. That Krishna is saying, that means you have not understood me who I am. You are still thinking that I am your friend who came and stole your butter thief. And that is one level of, very lower level of understanding of Krishna. But as soon as the truth was spoken, Krishna wanted them to come up to this understanding that there is no time I am not with you. Always I am there. When gopis realized it, they never wanted to go back to Mathura again. That is how, once for all, gopis gave up the idea of going and seeing Krishna because they started realizing Krishna is with him all the time. That's why those verses are important. He says here, Almam Jnanamayaha. Alma, soul is full of knowledge, pure, Shuddha, Vedirikto Agunanvayaha. Vedirikta means it is completely separate from the Maya. Maya has nothing to do with the soul. Agunanvayaha. These three modes of material nature cannot touch that soul inside. What else? Sushupti, Swapnam, Jagragya, Maya Vuti Viriyate. Gopis have not studied any Vedantam or anything. But still, Krishna got this message to them through Uddhava. Uddhava is saying, carrying this message from the gopis, Jagrat, Swapnam, Sushupti, the three states, they are only a product of Maya, nothing to do with the soul. So, Vedanta, Upanishad's knowledge, you will see in the Bhagavatam at the appropriate time. Wherever it is necessary, it is brought inside. And that is where Sushruta Goswami brings this message to the gopis also. Yendriyarthandhyayedam risha sapnavaduktida tanniruddhyad indriyani vinidra pratyapadhyada. Just like one who has woken up from the dreams, he realizes that all these things had nothing to do with me. What he experienced in the dream. He realizes when he wakes up from the dream, isn't it? In a similar way, so when spiritual realization happens also, he will realize that all that I was meditating in my mind through my senses and whatever I was trying to experience in that way, that also one should be able to free oneself from that in the same way like the person when he wakes up from the dream, how he frees himself from that. So there is a lot of verses there which was the message what Uddhava had delivered to the gopis. So in spiritual life, it's again important, Krishna's appearance in front of you is not important. That's not what is the highest value. The realization of Krishna within, that Krishna is present with you all the time, is the one thing that will get us through from material life. Many devotees, Krishna had appeared in front of them. There is this interesting discussion about this between a famous devotee, Namadev. Namadev, Krishna had a lot of times Krishna has appeared. But later on, Jnaneshwar and others had to teach Namadev and Namadev used to feel proud about that Krishna comes and plays with me all the time. You see, remember all these great devotees in Maharashtra that time? But Jnaneshwar was fixed in the knowledge state strongly that Jnaneshwar had to teach Namadev this later. That there is a meeting where they all had to assemble together and there Namadev felt that Namadev was feeling pride that Krishna has appeared in front of me. Whereas Jnaneshwar had the highest realization. So devotees sometimes will misunderstand things like that and Krishna makes arrangements that devotee to bring him to the right understanding. Krishna is present everywhere in every living entity. That is why Prahlada says there, isn't it? If you look into the 7th canto, you will see what Prahlada had to say. We keep saying this word because Prahlada had this important realization. If you look into the 7th canto, Prahlada talking to his friends, he says there that about Krishna, Prahlada had this realization within the womb before he came out. He had this realization. He says there that Siddhatva Siddhidam. If you look at the 6th chapter of the 7th canto, you will see there 19th verse. To please Krishna is not very difficult, he says. Nahi achyudam pranayado bahu ayaso asural maja almatva sarvabhutanam Siddhi Siddhatva Vihasarvada, he says. He says to, Prahlada says to his friends, because he had realized the truth while in the womb, he was able to say this. Gopis realized it much later. Although we say gopis as devotees on a much higher level, this higher level, lower level has actually no meaning in saying that. Prahlada had realized it while before he came out from Kayadu's womb, Prahlada has already realized the truth. So that's why he is saying to his friends that Nahachudam Brinayato Bahuayaso Asural. Pleasing Krishna is not very difficult, he says. It's not very difficult. He says to whom? To all his friends. Because they were saying to Prahlada, why you do all these things so early in life? Normally everybody starts spiritual life after about 60 or 65. Why before all this rush for spiritual life? Enjoy the life world, like everybody says, isn't it? So, after retirement, that means if the pension goes up 65, 68, 70, after that we start spiritual life, isn't it? According to the government. Government says you start your spiritual life after retirement. So retirement age is going up, so spiritual life also gets delayed along with that. So what can you do? So that is according to them. But Prahlada is saying right opposite. Prahlada says pension you can wait. If it comes, it comes. If it doesn't come, don't worry. But start this at the age of 5, he says. Kaumara Acharet Prajna, 5 or 6 years old, you start your spiritual life. So Prahlada, Bhagavatam and government won't agree each other. There will be a big problem there. So anyway, here Prahlada spoke so many things, starting with, that's the first verse, Prahlada Vacha, Kaumara Acharet Prajna Dharma. Bhagavata Dharma, one should start from the very beginning, not allow that to wait. There is no time to wait. Death is waiting at the doorstep, any moment it can be finished and gone. So there is no point in waiting, he says. Durlabham Manushan Janmam Tadapya Dhamam Tadam. A number of verses. And then he says at the end, on the 19th verse, he says to his friends, Nahyachudam Premayedo. Pleasing Krishna is not a very difficult thing. Bahuayaso Asuratmaja, or son of Asuras. It is not a difficult thing. Why? Almatwal Sarvabhutanam. Krishna is present within every one of us as the soul. Atmatwal Sarvabhutanam. And because of that what? Siddhatwal Ihasarvada. You have already got it. Siddhatwal. You have already got the thing. Siddhatwal Iha Sarvadam. And he says here, because he is so much available, freely available, Andaryami, as the Krishna is present inside, is to be recognized first. And that realization, Andaryami realization, is a higher realization than just seeing Krishna outside, comes and goes, appears and disappears. That's not the answer as far as Prahlada is concerned. Because this will stay, other may not stay. Other will come. It is in the third canto. Kapila Vasudeva says this to Devahudi Devi. If you look at the third canto, you will see there that when Kapila Vasudeva discusses, he mentions this to Devahudi Devi. He says to her that whatever that has in meditation has happened, says, yeah, it's in the verse, chapter 28, verse 35. What happens? Appearance and disappearance. Mukta Shayam Yarhi Nirvishayam Viraktam Nirvanam Rachadi Manasakasa Yatharchi Alpanam Atra Purisho Avyavadhanamegam Anvikshade Pratinivurta Guna Pravaha Mukta Shayam Yarhi Nirvishayam Viraktam Nirvanam Rachadi Manasakasa Yatharchi Alpanam Atra Purisho Avyavadhanamegam Anvikshade Pratinivurta Guna Pravaha. When the mind has become completely freed from the sense gratification, and like a fire, it is so pure inside and doesn't run after anything else, when it becomes so pure, it reaches that state. In that state, a connection with the material body has broken, and even what Muktashrayam Yarhi Nirvishayam Viraktam, because this verse is spoken immediately after meditation. In the meditation, you have a form of Krishna on which you are meditating. Finally he says, Kapila Vasudeva says, because in Srimad Bhagavatam, meditation is discussed in two places. One in the 3rd canto, one in the 11th canto. Between Kapila Vasudeva and Devahuti Devi, there is discussion about meditation. Similarly, in canto 11, Krishna discusses with Uddhava about meditation process. So in the 3rd canto, Kapila Vasudeva says to Devahuti Devi about the meditation process. How meditation should happen. The form of Krishna, how it should appear within the heart. Different parts of Krishna's body one should meditate upon, and eventually the full form of Krishna. The sun inside, the moon inside the sun, and then there is a fire. Like this, there is a whole process spoken about. Krishna's smile, Hasam Hare, Avanadhagala Logadivra Shogashu Sagara Vishoshanam Atyudaram, verse 32. Samohanaya Rajitam Nijamaya Asya Bhumandalam Munikade Magaravajasya. All those verses are about that form of Krishna, what one should meditate upon, and he has to fix that form inside. And then finally, Kapila Vasudeva says to Devahuti Devi, that form will disappear from inside. What you have managed to develop inside that form, that will disappear. Muktashrayam, Yarhi, Nirvishayam Direktam. When you are totally situated on the platform of the soul, the attachment to that form also disappears at that time. Attachment to the body also goes away, and he is completely situated on the platform of the self, platform of the soul. So that is what he mentions here, that you can see that the Prahlada says the same thing, Kapila Vasudeva says the same thing. It's not different. Prahlada says there that Alpatvat Sarvabhutanam Siddhittvaliha Sarvada. Alpha is present inside and it's already available to everyone. So we'll stop for a few minutes. We'll continue. So, gopis have lost Krishna. Krishna has disappeared among the gopis. And after Krishna has gone away, gopis have started crying in feeling that separation from Krishna. And only gopis are now experiencing that Krishna Anubhavam, that means the experience of Krishna, Rasanubhavam, Rasam they were having, and they are mentioned earlier in the last chapter. You can see Gopya Uchu, verse 31 in 29. Maivam vidho hadi bhavan gadidam nrashansam sandinja sarva vishayam stava padamovinam bhaktapajasva viravagrahama tejasman devo yathadi purusho pachade mumukshun. Sandinja sarva vishayam stava padamovinam. Gopis are given up all vishayam, all enjoyment in this world. Sarva vishayam stava padamovinam, for the sake of Krishna. And we have come, they are saying this to Krishna, that Sandinja Sarva Vishayam Stava Padamulam, we have come here and we have taken your shelter. Dharmam, Adharmam, all these things we have given up, we did not care for them. And we have come in front of you that Devoya Adipurisho Bhajade Mumukshun. And gopis are saying to Krishna that Devo yathadi purusho bhajade mumukshun, that we are engaged in your service and do not give us up, do not throw us away from here. In this way they have prayed to Krishna, and Krishna has started this rasa dance with the gopis. And when the rasa dance started, gopis are experiencing this experience, what do they call as Rasa Anubhavam, the rasam they were experiencing at that time. And it is hundreds and thousands of gopis were present there, and they just started experiencing it. At that time, this false ego came into the gopis' heart, right in the middle of the rasa dance. The ego, the pride in them came out. To indicate to us, in spiritual life this will happen. We will engage in spiritual life, and sometimes you may feel that you are making some progress in spiritual path. Suddenly from inside some ego will pop up. And when the ego comes out, automatically we will become proud about that, and the result of all that ahangaram will develop inside. That is what it is mentioned here. That the ego has come up, And you will notice that the disappearance of Krishna is to indicate that. We will lose that connection with Krishna. As soon as you think that you have got something and then suddenly it disappears. So anything when you enjoy, experience something, if inside that person is there who is experiencing it, then it will go. Experience is like that. Any happiness, when you experience it, if there is any trace of ego inside that I am having it, then it will disappear straight away. The experience will go. That is the nature of all experiences. So, even in our life we can see, if you see something you have got it, when your attention goes away from the object what you are experiencing to the person you are experiencing, that when it goes to the person experiencing, it goes to the ahankaram, false ego, isn't it? The enjoyment also in this world, when we enjoy something, it goes from the object of experience to the false ego, it goes to that who is experiencing this. So at that time, the experience goes away, and then what's happening, you are experiencing, you are enjoying the false ego inside. So when the gopis also, when Krishna disappeared from the frame, they also felt exactly the same thing. Prashamaya prasadaya tatrayavantara dhiyata. They felt that they got it. The last verse in the 29th chapter, it says that prasam tat saubhagamadam vikshya manam cha keshava prashamaya prasadaya tatrayavantara dhiyata. What it says is that when they were experiencing Krishna till then, but as soon as they thought that we are experiencing it, came their attention, that means their ego came up, in other words, Krishna disappeared. At that point, Krishna disappeared. In spiritual life also is like that. Whenever we are experiencing Krishna consciousness, if your attention leaves that experience and comes to, oh, I got it. As soon as the ego comes in, the experience goes. Then the next thing what you find is a fall down in spiritual life, or in otherwise some kind of problems comes, and then you move away from the spiritual path. That's why here you will see that there were first verse, 4 verses, that devotee has to come to this stage first. That a kind of restlessness inside, that when will I get Krishna, and when will I experience Krishna, and this desire inside, unmattavad, it says there, that gayandi uchairimuveva samhadam vijekyo unmattagavad vanadvanam. Number 4, verse 4. They were wandering around singing about the glories of Krishna as though they were mad. Gopis were very mad, and they were inquiring about Krishna. And then Sudeva Goswami told them, Papracho Agashavadandaram Bahirbhudeshu Samdam Purusham Vanaspadi. That in all living entities who is present there as their soul, inside, outside, in all forms, and that Krishna, have you seen him? They are asking the plants and the trees who are present there. And the number of verses after that. And they were wandering like this, and it is from their cry, gopis when they cried, from there came out many different ragas. The ragas what are in the Hindustani music, those ragas have come from that, from the gopis singing. So in other words, when they inquired about Krishna, music was born. By inquiring about Krishna, when they started inquiring about Krishna, music was born from that. In other words, only when they inquired about Krishna, all the ragas were born. So others, what they have done, they have learned that raga, and then they created the science of music. Samgita Shastra has come out from that. So when somebody inquires about Krishna seriously, in a natural way, music comes from that. So, actually music is a byproduct of spiritual realization. Music is a byproduct of spiritual realization. Spirituality's byproduct is the art. Art is Spirituality is byproduct. So, but when it becomes art, it's a fall down. When it becomes art, it is a fall down. So, because when music, when it is only used for Krishna's glorifications or pleasing Krishna, only then it is music. Otherwise, when it is purely an art, it is and it becomes a cause for pride, then it is a fall down. So that is why all the great devotees, they had used their music only for Krishna's purpose, nothing else. And therefore, but now the same ragas and other things, what they have taken out and created so many other music in this world, and we call them artists, isn't it? They are called artists. So artist was never used before. When the music was born, artist was never used. Artist was not a... Nowadays we say artist because he has become professional. Use it for a profession, as making that, like that. So in those days, those who were singing, glorifying Krishna through music, they were called Bhagavatas. They were. So Bhagavatas are the terminology used to address them. Like Tyagaraja Swamiji and others, they are all Bhagavatas. They won't use music for any other purpose. Muthuswami Deshar, Shyama Shastri, Ayekudi, and so many other great personalities like that. They are not artists. They are Bhagavatas. Tyagaraja says, they are Sangeeta Jnano Bhakti Vinashanamo. That what is the noise of this? They very clearly separated the music and bhakti. For them, music is bhakti. And they don't want another separated from bhakti and the knowledge of music. They didn't want that. Because they won't recognize that, appreciate that. Because they felt, Tyagaraja Swami says that if I develop this music as a technique or an industry, Sangeeta Jnana, knowledge of the music, it will destroy my bhakti. That they were conscious of that, in other words. So all his music, you will see separation from Ramachandra, he mentions that. And Gopis also mentions, you see here, Gayanti, they were singing, Uchai Hiramuveva Samhadam. Very loudly they were singing, Vichikyu Unmattaka Vadvana Advanam. Vichikyu Unmattaka Vadvana Advanam. That they were wandering around like mad person and they were singing about Krishna at that time. So, here, the separation from Krishna, and for Tyagaraja Swami, it is separation from Ramachandra. That is what through his music. Here, Gopis are singing that in this fourth verse you can see, they were Gayandi Uchayra Muveya Samhada Vihikkum Mantaka Vadvana Advanam Papracho Agashodandaram Bahir Budeshu Sandam Purusham Vanaspani. So, inside, outside, who is present everywhere, that Hari, they are inquiring after. Like the sky, who is present everywhere, that Krishna, they are inquiring after. They asked all the Vanaspati. Vanaspati means all the trees, plants and flowers and fruits, everything. Whomever they have seen there, they were asking all of them. Who have not seen Hari, who is present in everyone's heart, within everyone. And have you seen that Krishna? That's what the Paprachu. So, it is no point saying that Paprachu Akashavad Andanam Vahir. That if I just say that he is present inside, outside, in everyone, it's only a philosophy, isn't it? It's only a philosophy. Only when it comes in realization, it means something. Isn't it? If I say, we also all say that inside and outside is present in everyone. But till that realization comes, it has no meaning. Isn't it? For example, in the Bhagavad Gita, you will see that there is a statement there, Bahunam Janmanam Ande Jnanavanmam Prabhadyade Vasudeva Sarvamidi Samahalma Sudurlabha. Famous words, isn't it? Vasudeva Sarvamidi Samahalma Sudurlabha. Those who are reading Bhagavad Gita, they must have noticed these words. So, important thing is, everything is Vasudeva, everything is Krishna. Bhagavad Gita is saying. But, when will that come into our experience, that everything is Krishna? That is more important. Theoretically knowing that is not good enough. So, in order that it has to come into our own experience, Krishna has to appear within our heart, and literally we have to know that Krishna is inside us, Vasudeva. And then we will realize that world creation itself is also Vasudeva. Creation is also Vasudeva. The word Vasudeva means Deva who lives in everything. Vasu means to live in something. Vasana means to live. Deva. That one who, that's why that word Vasudeva is used, not Krishna is used there. Vasudeva is used there. Because of this particular aspect. That Vasudeva means one who lives in everything. Vasudeva. So, Bahunam Janmanam Ande Jnanamanam Prabhadyare Vasudeva Sarvam Iti Samahalma Sudurlabha. One who realizes that Vasudeva Sarvam Iti, everything is Vasudeva, such a soul is very, very rare. Krishna is saying that. Isn't it? Which is a very higher realization. First thing, Vasudeva is living within me. Then I have to realize Vasudeva is living in everybody else. That is that process, what Krishna is saying here. So that is the one devotee asked this question. Is that not the great message in the Bhagavad Gita? Vasudeva Sarvamiti. Yes, it is. But you have to also ask the question, when you say Vasudeva Sarvamiti, who is that Vasudeva Sarvamiti? Who is that person seeing Vasudeva Sarvamiti? Is he also not Vasudeva? That question will come, isn't it? That's one important thing. That when we say Vasudeva Sarvamiti, if you say that statement, from logically you can say like this, if everything is Vasudeva, then the person who is experiencing everything is Vasudeva is also Vasudeva. Krishna is present there also inside everyone, is it not? This may cause a little difficulty for some people, because when you say this, they will say, oh no, we are devotees, we are separate from Krishna. No, it is not. Bhagavatam does not agree with that completely. A devotee may take that position to please Krishna. That's another thing. That's a different thing. In order that a devotee, out of his love for Krishna or respect for Krishna, he wants to remain as a separate thing and to engage in the service to Krishna. That is a devotee's position, that's all. But from the Shastri point of view, when Krishna is saying this, Bahunam Janmanam Ande Jnanamanam Prabhadyade Vasudeva Sarvamiti, Krishna is saying, Vasudeva is everything. If everything is Vasudeva, the person who is experiencing everything is Vasudeva also must be Vasudeva, isn't it? Is it not? Vasudeva must be there in him also. Otherwise, how can he experience everything else as Vasudeva? So, that is the important thing. That Vasudeva Sarvamiti Samahalma Supurnava. In other words, if we inquire my own identity, spiritual identity, and if I realize that I am also Vasudeva, automatically you will realize that everything else is Vasudeva. That is the way it happens. It's not that first we realize everything else is Vasudeva and then I realize I am Vasudeva. It's not that way. It's the other way it happens. First you realize here, inside me it is Vasudeva who is present. Krishna is present. After that, when he looked outside, he saw everything else is Krishna himself. Krishna is present in everything. That is what you will notice that in the Agasha Skandam, Tripalayana Maharshi says this. Kam vayumagnim salilam mahimjam janeshu satyeshu disho drumagim haril samudram shahare shariram yalkinja bhutam pranamedananyaha. He mentions that. There is a famous statement in the 11th canto, in the 2nd chapter, I think. Hari Maharshi says this, not Tripalayana Maharshi, Hari Maharshi. Kam vayu agnim salilam mahimjam. Kam is sky, vayu, air, agni, fire, salilam, water, all the oceans, mahimja, the earth, all material elements. Janeshu satyeshu disho drumagim. In all directions, only what is there is Haril Samudramscha Hare Shariram. It's all Krishna's body. Nothing but Krishna's body. Yel Kinja Bhudam Praname Dananyaha. What can a devotee do? he can only recognize this and pay his obeisances in all directions to everybody. So here you can see this also, that the anubhuti, that one who is situated in that state, that one who has become realized that Vasudeva Sarvam, for that person, otherwise it will remain as a concept. It's no use having it as a concept. Concept is in the brain. But Vasudeva Sarvam iti, that experience is in the heart. That's the big difference. If it remains as a concept, it's no use, is that? That you can tell others that it is a concept. Like that. So in other words, if it is a concept, it is a chittavati. It is a chittavati. It is not an anubhuti. It's not a realization. It's not a realization. Only when one is situated within oneself, this realization will be complete. Vasudeva Sarvamiti. Only when one gets situated within oneself, that means self-realization happens. Only at that time, you can say that statement what Krishna is saying there. Vasudeva Sarvamiti. Otherwise you can't say that. That's because that is anubhuti then. And anubhuti means that when one is situated within the self. So in that state, everything in this creation is manifestation of Krishna. So that is here, our gopis' case also. They haven't reached that stage yet. They were still attached to that form, Krishna's form, who were with him at that time. And they are inquiring, where is Krishna? Whereas Sukadeva Goswami has reached that stage, and they are saying, making fun of the gopis. Paprachu Agasham Agashod Andaram Bahir Bhuteshu Sandam Purusham Vanaspadi. Paprachu. So the gopis were asking all these plants and trees, everything there. What was they asking? Have you seen Krishna? And Sukadeva was saying there, Agashod Andaram Bahir. Like the sky who is present in everyone inside, outside. And they are asking, Bhudeshu Sandam Purusham Vanaspadi. They are inquiring in this way. So this understanding has to come first. So even if one has not understood everything what is spoken in the Srimad Bhagavatam, and at the same time, if we know that without experiencing Krishna, Shanti won't come. If we have understood, that itself is a very important thing. Shanti won't happen till there is understanding, relationship with Krishna. In other words, without seeing Krishna, Shanti is not going to happen inside. Even if we don't understand everything what Srimad Bhagavatam is saying, and if you at least know this one thing, that without seeing Krishna, without experiencing Krishna, it is not possible to have Shanti, permanently Shanti inside. The Upanishads, we talk about the same thing in a different way. They say like that, if you can fold the whole sky, like you fold a mat, and if you can keep it in your armpit, fold it back and put it in your armpit, still you cannot have Shanti till you realize this one point. They say like, Yada Charmavad Agasham. Chandogya Upanishad says like that. So, because if this realization doesn't happen, everything will become simply as an entertainment. As an entertainment or a performance or whatever we want to call it. And it will be of no use to anybody. So, Satsangam will benefit at what stage? When at least a little desire develops in the heart, just like a hungry person is inquiring for the food, or a person who is thirsty is looking for water, in the same way. Or a person who is sinking in the water, who is looking to breathe some air. To some degree, inquiry for Krishna must begin within. And our distress and everything, all other things, will go only when this realization happens. We have to be convinced about that. Not that when distress comes, we forget Krishna and goes away from there. But rather when distress comes, able to realize that all distresses is due to our acceptance of the material body. It's coming from that. And from Satsangam we understand that till we realize the truth, self, Krishna, in other words, till that time there is no solution to the problems in the material life. Only then Satsangam is of any benefit. So it is at that time that gopis are inquiring after Krishna, who is present inside, outside, everywhere. So it is from this gopis' separation from Krishna. Many great poetry has come from that. Gita Govindam and other poetry was created from this particular chapter in the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna's separation from the gopis. Gita Govindam, Jayadeva Goswami wrote that famous songs, isn't it? So this chapter, you can see that the gopis' inquiry has begun. And in the 5th verses, you will see the gopis asking questions to all the plants and the trees. Drishtoma kachina shwata plaksha nigrodhano manaha nandasururgadu hrutva pranahasavalovani kachil kurabhagashavanaga punnaga chambagaha ramanijomani ido darpaharasmidaha kachil tulasi kalyani govinda charanapriye sahatwalale bibra drashtastevi priyochudaha Malakana Shiva Kachin Malige Jadi Yudhige Pridimo Janayan Yada Karasparshena Madhava Chuda Priyala Panasasana Kovidaram Jambaka Bilya Bagulam Kadambani Paha Yenye Varaka Bhava Yamuno Bagula Shamsandu Krishna Badavin Rahidal Manamna Kinde Granam Shidida Bhumada Keshavangrin Sparshonsavan Pulainanguruhe Vibhasi Apyam Gresambhava Urikrama Vikrama Dva Aho Varahava Pusha Pariram Ghanena. So all that verses you will see there, and then Gopi's inquiry to all the trees and plants, everything. He's asking to the trees, Gopis are saying, you live for others' benefit. To the trees, Gopis are saying, so because you are so good, you live for others' benefit, you should know where Krishna has gone. And all the trees who were in the river bank of Yamuna, they are saying, where has Krishna gone? And then they saw a deer, and they are asking the deer also where Krishna has gone. So this asking the deer, there is a reason behind it. In this, deer is a part of the sacrifices, Vedic sacrifices. Deer is a part of the Vedic sacrifices. And therefore that animal is called Yajnika Mrigam because he is used in the Yajna. He is called Yajnika Mrigam. So because of that, he is given more or less, the deer is given the position of a Yajnika Brahmana. A Brahmana who is performing Yajna. That position is given to the deer because he is a Vaidikan. He is performing Vedic sacrifices in that way because of its importance. So here, that is the 11th verse. Appe Nupagada Priya Hagapri Tanvindrisham Sakisnirvudi Achudova Kanda Angasanga Kucha Kundumaranjidaya Kundasraja Kulapade Havadi. So all Bhakvam Priyaso Padaya Hida Vatmo Ramaya Tulasigali Guler Madhamai Anuyamani Havastarava Pranam Kimbabhinam Parancharan Pranayamalokehi. So while wandering around, they found a smell coming there, a special smell from the lavender flowers, and they say here that this lavender smell from the lavender flower, there is also a mixture of the smell from Krishna's flowers, what Krishna was wearing. There's a mixture of both, and it means that when this flower is coming, they are making some conclusion, saying that with Krishna there is some other gopi also present there with him. They are thinking like that. So they are mentioning there that thing, and because from the smell we can see that it's a smell of Krishna's flowers and also lavender flowers. And the smell of Krishna follows that. They are saying like this. So Krishna's smell they started experiencing. And actually great devotees can smell Krishna. If Krishna is present there or not. They smell Krishna. So how do they smell Krishna? If their heart is pure, they'll smell Krishna. When the heart is pure, that heart will create Krishna inside. So that's how they smell Krishna. So one devotee embraces another devotee and says to him that I smell Krishna within you. I smell Krishna within you. So that experience you can see in many instances. So in other words, when we have lost our vasana, taste for material sense enjoyment, and the mind is absorbed in Krishna consciousness completely, Krishna appears in the heart and embraces, and that is what the gopis are also saying here, that with the smell of the flowers, of the lavender flowers which comes along with the smell of Krishna's flowers, somewhere around here Krishna is present here. So they are asking that question in the 12th verse to the deer which were present there, and they are saying, where is Krishna has gone? Bahum priyasam upataya grihida patmam Ramanujas tulasiva aligulayar madhandehi Anviyamanamihavaskara pranamam kimva abhinandricharan pranayavalokehi. Then asking the trees that, did you see Krishna who has put one of his arms around the neck of the gopi and traveling passing through this way, and has he got the garland out of lotus flowers and also tulsi leaves, and have you seen the bees accompanying him drinking the nectar from the flowers? Have you seen them? And did you pay your respects to them when they were passing through this way? So gopis were so intoxicated with this inquiry. They were asking like this: Bahum priyasam upadaya grihida vatnu Ramanuja tulasi valigulayar madhandehi Anviyamanamihas sarva pranam kyuma abhinandati charan pranayavalokehi. All these questions are coming from the gopis, where Krishna has gone. Have you seen them, Krishna going around in this way? And Ramanuja, and they were giving a description of Krishna to the gopis. Vaijayantimala, Tulasimala, all these things, they were saying this. And they are saying, we are definite that the bees must be flying around them. Anviyamanam ihavas sarva pranamam kimva abhinandan charan pranayavalokehi. So the trees were standing, because of the wind they have come down a little bit. So when Krishna and Radharani was passing through that way, first Krishna left with Radharani, isn't it? When they were going together, did they see you and did they look at you in a loving mood? They are asking these trees. Whether Krishna and Radharani has looked at you in a loving mood, they are saying to the trees. So, because you are standing there in a very respectful way. The trees look respectful when they bow down like this, isn't it? When the strong wind, when they come down, it's more respectful they look. So, did you see like that? They are saying like this. So many things are spoken here. It's not simply poetry alone, but what you have to remember is that poetry also, only when it is used in Krishna's service, to glorify Krishna, only then it is poetry. But on the other hand, if poetry is used for glorifying our material life in this world, that's a fall down. That's a fall down. So, Kavita, poetry, is meant for Krishna's glorifications. So, and through poetry, devotees have reached Krishna. Like people have reached Krishna through music, isn't it? Many great devotees have reached Krishna through music. And similarly, some devotees have reached Krishna through poetry also. So if poetry gets us close to Krishna, and then all this explanation, this description here of the trees and the plants and the moon and the sky and the air and Yamuna river and the lavender flowers, everything should remind us Krishna, or Samadhi state. Samadhi state should come from that. That is what it mentions here. That only if it does that, then it is poetry. Here, that's what you find for gopis. All that is around them is reminding them of Krishna. Everything around them is reminding them of Krishna. The Yamuna river is reminding them of Krishna. Govardhana hill is reminding of Krishna. Similarly, the trees and the plants, everything, they are seeing their connection with Krishna, and they are asking this question to him, questions to them. So, with every plant and the trees and animals, they were asking this question, and it was suddenly they saw Krishna's footsteps somewhere. You will see that in the verse 25, in the next one. Evam Krishna Prachamanam Vrindavanalata Asturan Vechakshadavano Deshe Padani Paramalpana. So when this inquiry was going on, you can read all that in Bhagavatam, how the gopis have imitated Krishna's different pastimes in that absorption in Krishna. Eventually what happened was Evam Krishna Prachamana Vrindavana Latas Tarun Vechakshade Vanodeshe Padani Paramalpana. Ultimately what happened was they saw Krishna's footsteps somewhere. Somewhere they had saw Krishna's footsteps there. And Padani, then you will see there that when they see that footsteps, so at that time they started asking this question that who is walking with Krishna? Who is walking with Krishna? This part of Bhagavatam is to indicate to us when one becomes a devotee, then inquiry starts. Where is Krishna? Where is Krishna? Isn't it? In all satsangam they go and see if they can find Krishna there. In the satsangam, because there is desire to know about Krishna, desire to see Krishna. So it is somewhere the smell is coming. So they start inquiring from Krishna like that. Where will I get Krishna? Where will I get that experience of Krishna? That is what it is. Vanodeshe padani paramalpana. Padani paramalpana. Krishna's footsteps, in other words. So here gopis are wandering around, and what they have noticed that there were footsteps of two people, not one person. So there is one gopi with Krishna, they have concluded. And who could be that gopi? And one gopi Krishna has taken with him. And this also in the devotee's experience sometimes. So once some devotee gets some spiritual experience, all other devotees will feel a little envy towards him, isn't it? If some devotee becomes some experience of spiritual life, some self-realization happens to some person, then other devotees feel a little bit of envy. Oh, he has got it, we didn't have anything. So what has the good fortune he had? So I didn't get it. In the material world, we feel envy in that way. And for example, suppose you were doing business and you were supposed to get a big order or a lot of money from that, you didn't get it, somebody else got it, naturally you feel a little envy towards him. Or somebody else got a position in this world, big position, then you feel envy towards him. So similarly, in bhakti also, this envy can happen. So Purandradas, a famous devotee, he asked Krishna this question. Why I have also served you so long, and I am also after you, in a very state of desperation. He was very desperate. Purandradas' story is very interesting. Purandradas had a very devoted wife. Purandradas himself was very absorbed in making money. That was his main happiness, making money. And very miser as well. Wife was very giving and very Krishna conscious that way. That story is a big story, that is. But anyway, eventually Purandradas, when he realized, after good association with the wife, he became a great devotee, gave up everything and walked out. And for years and years, he was into music. He was very fond of music. Through music, he pleased Krishna. But Krishna won't give him any, not much of a help in spiritual life, and he was feeling that separation strongly. So one day, fully upset, he says to him, is that because you showed this, I am not your younger brother, that you are showing so much attachment to Ajamila, but not to me. Why? Says to Ajamila you showed, he only had to chant the holy name once and you send him back to the spiritual world. But I have been chanting and singing and dancing through your glories for so long, but I am not getting anything from this. I am not having any of your experience. So very desperate he was. He started speaking like this too. He started singing like this about to Krishna in this way. Now why you don't come to me? But you have gone to Ajamila, and because I am not Ajamila, what has Ajamila done? Ajamila has many years, he went and lived with a prostitute and had many children from her, left the whole family, his own family whom he married, and the parents, he didn't care for them, left all of them and engaged in such sinful activities. and you have given yourself to him, to Ajamila. So am I not qualified than Ajamila, he is asking. Am I not more qualified than Ajamila? Devotee, when they get frustrated, they will talk to Krishna in this way. They have a reason to say that because Purandradas is saying that so many years I have engaged in your service, but not a trace of your presence. I am not experiencing anything in me, either inside or outside. So when that happened, he was got so frustrated, he eventually fired this to Krishna, says to him, started singing. For even Ajamila, who is a very sinful person, as far as I am concerned, he says, he had done so many sinful activities, and finally he chanted the holy name and you took him back to the spiritual world. You revealed yourself to him. Me, I am here singing your glory so long, but you have nothing is coming from your side. No response is from your side, he says. Is it because I am not Ajamila, that's why you are doing this, he says. In an insulting way, speaking to Krishna like this. Devotees have got that freedom to speak to Krishna in that way. Then they also says to him that the Ajamila is an example, that then he says, is it because I am not your brother like Vibhishana, he says. Vibhishana, you accepted him. You had no problem in accepting him. And Vibhishana was born in a family of the demons, isn't it? Rakshasas. Ravana is his brother, Kumbhakarna is his brother, and he came to him and you didn't give him a lot of trouble. You accepted him at the end. You can accept Ajamila, you can accept Vibhishana, but can you not accept Purandradas, he says. What's wrong with me then, he said. Am I not better than both of them? This is Purandradas' question to Krishna. So in other words, do I have to become your brother that you will accept me only then? Otherwise will you not accept me? So you showed mercy to all of them. Like this, Purandradas used to cry and sing all the time about Krishna. So these kind of things happens in the spiritual life. In spiritual life these things happen. Spiritually when one makes advancement in a natural way, they will very advanced personalities, when they see this, then this experience comes to them, or when you see devotees who are extremely humble and very simple-hearted, when you see them, naturally this envy will come, seeing their simple-heartedness. So, it is not that, and we should feel envy towards them. We should feel envy towards them because not for that they should fall down for that process in order for us to rise to that level. That's the reason. That when you see that quality in someone, that humility, not a show, but the humility, genuine humility in them, and also that simplicity in their heart, in their spiritual life, when you see that, we should also be able to rise to that same level. If you look into the verse 28, you will see Anayaradhito Nunam Bhagavan Haririshwara Yamno Vihaya Govinda Prido Yamanayadrivha Danyo Aho Ami Alyo Govinda Abjarenava Yan Brahmesho Ramadevi Dadho Dhanyaghanuthaye Tasya Amuni Nakshobham Kuruvandu Chay Padaniya Ega Bhakatya Gopinam Aho Bhukte Chudhadharam. They are saying about Radharani. Now they are saying Anayaradivo Nunam Bhagavan Haririshwara Yano Vihaya Govinda Pridoya Maniyandraham. Then they are saying that this particular Gopi who has gone with Krishna, she is definitely very close to him because Krishna has left all of us and he has gone with her separately into somewhere into seclusions. Dhanyo Aho Ami Alyum. Then Krishna's lotus feet is very auspicious because Lord Brahma, Shiva, Lakshmi Devi, all of them, they take the dust from Krishna's lotus feet and wear it on their head. So therefore, this, when we see this, Krishna's footsteps on the ground, there gopis are saying it is giving us an opportunity that to worship Krishna in this way, and they took the dust from the markings there, and at the same time they were feeling envy towards Radharani. Although the name Radharani is not mentioned in the Bhagavatam, but Anayaradhido Nunam. Srila Brahmashi considers Radharani as his teacher in the bhakti subject. In bhakti process, Srila Brahmashi considers Radharani as the guru. Srila Brahmashi considers like that. Therefore, normal practice is one is not supposed to say the name of the spiritual master. One is not supposed to say the name of the spiritual master. So, following that etiquette, Anayaradhido Nunam Bhagavan Haririshwara. Here also, instead of saying Radha's name, they brought Aradhana. She has performed Aradhana for so long. Performing Aradhana, she became Radha. That is how it is. Performing Aradhana. Aradhana means worship. She performed worship for a very long period of time and she has become Radha. Anayaradhido Nunam Bhagavan Haririshwara. And Srila Brahmashi never mentions about Radharani's name anywhere, but this is the only instance many commentators say that reference to Radharani is through this verse. Anayaradhido Nunam Bhagavan Haririshwara. Yanno Vihaya Govinda Prito Yam Anayagraha. So after saying that, they are saying that this Gopi has particularly praised Krishna. This Anayaradhido Harihi, this Radharani is Krishna's Hladini potency. Hladini Shakti and Chit Shakti. In other words, Chit Shakti. So, it is through her one has to go to Hari. Through the Chit Shakti, one has to go to Krishna, in other words. So, her Hladini Shakti, that Hari's potency, Ananda Swarupam, that Shanti, that Shakti is she. She is Chit Shakti is Hladini potency. Like if you know Sat potency, Chit potency and Anandam potency. Satta Chitta Anandam. That Chit Shakti is coming from the Chit potency of Krishna. That Chit potency's personified form is Radharani. Personified form is Radharani. So that is what it is mentioned here. And he says here, holding on to that Chit Shakti only, you can inquire about the soul. Soul, it is from the Chit Shakti. The soul's aspect of Chit Shakti is come to us through the form of mind, intelligence, ego. All these are coming from that Chit Shakti. From the Chit Shakti they come out. So, you have to go through the Chit Shakti to come to Krishna, eventually to come to the soul. So here also, here you can see, from the word Aradhana, you separate the word Radha from there. And she has worshipped Krishna for a very long time. So here, Srila Brahmashi has kept that word Radha hiding there without using that, without saying here Srila Brahmashi has mentioned Radharani's name, without mentioning her name. Because Radharani is his teacher in the topic of bhakti. Srila Brahmashi considers Radharani as his guru in the process of bhakti, like so many others also. So, never to speak about the name of the great Mahatma is the system. For example, spiritual master and all other great Mahatmas, normally they won't say the name as a mark of respect. So Srila Brahmashi did the same thing here. Some fortunate person has got Krishna. Kaschid Dhira Aham. Shruti says like that. Kaschid Dhira Aham. In the Shruti, in the Upanishad, that is how it says. Kaschid Dhira Aham. Somebody has got it. So if you look into the verse 28, Anayaradhigunam Bhagavan Haririshwara Yanno Vihaya Govinda Pritoya Anayagraha. In spiritual life, everybody falls down. There is nobody who don't fall down. That also we must remember. You shouldn't think only me falls down or others don't fall down. Everybody falls down in spiritual life before they finally reach the destination, reach the truth. Here, Radharani also fallen. Everybody has fallen. And here you can see here, after a while, when Radharani alone was taken by Krishna, Radharani felt a pride inside. Earlier all the gopis felt, Krishna left all of them. And then later on, Krishna took Radharani and Radharani felt the pride and Radharani fell down at that time. So a little trace of ego happened in Radharani's heart. Krishna left him there and went away. At that time, that is Gopi, Radharani is crying there, and that is the verse 40. You will see there in the verse, Radharani is crying that after Krishna left, Ha Nagha Ramana Preshta Kwasi Kwasi Mahabhuja Dhyasyaste Kripanayami Sakhe Darshaya Sannidhim. This is how Radharani cried. Ha Nagha Ramana Preshta Kwasi Kwasi Mahabhuja Dasyaste Kripanayami Sakhe Darshaya Sannidhim. Radharani is crying. Earlier gopis were crying. Then Krishna took Radharani away. Then Krishna left Radharani also. So Radharani started crying. Ha Nadharana Preshta Kwasi Kwasi Mahabhuja Dasaste Kripanayami Sakhe Darshaya Sannidhim. The way Radharani is saying is interesting because you can see here that Ha Nadharana Preshta Kwasi Kwasi Mahabhuja. The Mahabhuja means one who has got very strong and powerful arms. Krishna was known for the strong and powerful arms, isn't it? Khanadharamana Preshta, one who gives pleasures to others. Where are you? Where are you? Kwasi Kwasi Mahabhuja, where are you? Addressing Krishna as Mahabhuja. And then says here that I am distressed. Dasyaste Kripanayami. I am a bad person, Kripanatvam in me. I have become miser to think. Radharani immediately recognized the mistake she has done. She felt that she should not have thought in that direction. The thought came to her that I am special. Krishna likes me so much, that's why I have been taken away from all other gopis. So I am now in distress. And Sakhe Darshaya Sannidhim. When will I experience that presence again? That's how he puts it. Never said that when will I see that form again? When will I experience you again? This is actually spiritual life. In spiritual life, seeing is not important, experiencing is important. Seeing has no value. So many things we have seen and it will go. So Radharani also says exactly the same thing. Sakhe Darshaya Sannidhi. Sannidhi means that presence, experiencing that presence of Krishna. That's more important. Most of the people think like this, isn't it? If I see Krishna, my spiritual life has become perfect. No. By seeing so many times Krishna may appear, you may see Krishna, but doesn't mean that you have perfected spiritual life. Spiritual life is when you experience Krishna continuously, without any interruption. So that is why Hanadhanamana Preshta Kwasi Kwasi Mahabhuja Dasyaste Kripanayami Sakhe Darshaya Sannidhim. So, Ravana means one who gives pleasure and in every moment is present in every moment, and after seeing whom you won't be looking for any other pleasure anymore. That person is called Ravana. Ravana means one who gives such a pleasure that after getting him you won't look for another pleasure in this world. That's why if you look into Pingala's story, you will see this. In Pingala was a prostitute, wasn't it? In the 11th canto, when you look into Pingala's story, when Pingala became suddenly, due to the mercy of Dattatreya Maharshi, she became spiritually realized. What we call it as Pingala's song, Pingala Gita, they call it. In the 11th canto, you will see this in the chapter 8. Chapter 8, verse 30. That is Pingala's realization. Pingala is saying there, Aho me moha vidadim pashyada avijidal mana ya kandam asadakamam kamayena balisham. Pingala says, how sad it is. I couldn't control my mind and look at my own ignorance. Pingala is saying this. And because of that, I have thought in my own mind that I could expect some happiness from the ordinary men of this world. And that was my greatest fall down, misfortune, Pingala says. And then in the very next verse, Pingala is saying, Samdam samiveranam rati pradam vitta pradam nityamimam vihaya akamadam dukkhamayadishonam moha pradam ducchamaham bhajejnyam Samdam samibam ramanam rati pradam Sandam Samibam Ramanam Radi Pradam. One who is closest to us more than anybody else is Krishna, is it not? who is closest to us above all people in this world, who is closest to everyone than anyone else, is Krishna always. Present right within the heart. Krishna is present there. So Pingala is saying, I have left who is closest to me. Sandam Samibam Ramanam. And who is present there, who is always giving me pleasure. In that association with, Pingala is saying, when you associate with him in the heart, Antaryami, you will feel the happiness in life. Proper shanti and happiness come from there. That is the source from where everything comes. Sandam Samibam Ramanam Rati Pradam. So this word Ramanam, Pingala is used, Radharani is also using the same word. Pingala is used the same word, Ramanam. And that Ramana word also Radharani is used because Pingala lived before Radharani and Krishna in this world. This story of Pingala, how do we know that? Pingala is quoted in an example by the Gopis. From there you can see that Pingala was known at that time. Pingala's experience was Sandam Samibe Ramanam Pradipradam Vittapradam Nityamimam Vihaya. That I have left Krishna who is within the heart, Ramachandra what? And Pingala refers to Ramachandra there. That within my heart I left him and I have gone and inquired for happiness from the people outside who could only give me distress, fear and illusion. And I have accepted all that as happiness in my life. That is my misfortune. Pingala says like this, Akamadam Dukkha Bhayadi Shokam Moha Pradam Tucham Aham Ajaynya. I continued my service to them, all these people outside. Pingala's business was that. She was engaged in this business with pleasing others and getting the money from them. And when Pingala came to realize that, Pingala is saying that I have done this without knowing the one who is inside me. Sandam Samibam Ramanam Riti Pradam Vitta Pradam. That one who is inside you constantly gives me happiness, not knowing that source where it's coming from. I have gone outside looking for happiness, says Pingala there. So Pingala's Adipradam. So here Radharani is saying, Hana Dharamana Prayashta Kwasi Kwasi Mahavuja. Where are you? Where are you? Saying Radharani is saying this to Krishna. Radharani is singing this, and I am your servant, I am Kripana. In other words, anyone who has lost Krishna, he is Kripana. Anyone who has lost Krishna, he is Kripana. In the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna also says that, I am Kripana, he says. Why? Karpanya dosha. Karpanya means that quality of Kripanata. Kripanata in a person is called Karpanya. Karpanya dosha bhagavad svabhava prachamitvam dharma samuda chedava. He says that, this is his name. So that Karpanya, that Kripanata is this. If we have no Krishna, if you have no Krishna consciousness, then you are Kripana. One is Kripana then. That is what he is saying here. So Radhadevi is saying this, and saying that I am a Kripana because I lost Krishna. The experience has gone from inside, Krishna's experience. So Sakhe Darshaya Sannidhim. So you have to look at that verse. Did not say to Krishna, come in front of me. Never said. Radharani never said to come in front of me, but instead, give me your presence, he said. Give me your presence, Sanidhyam. In other words, presence and coming in front are two different things. He may come in front of you, but you may not feel the presence. For example, when Krishna was present in the world, Krishna was present in front of Jarasandha also. Krishna was friend of Kamsa, Shishubala, Dandavakra, and many other people. Millions of people must have seen Krishna at that time. Isn't it? It's natural. Krishna has been here 125 years in this planet. How many people would have seen Krishna at that time? Millions must have seen Krishna. Must have heard about Krishna, must have seen Krishna in so many instances. But seeing is one thing, but Sanidhi is more important. Sanidhi is more important. Seeing is one thing, gone. With the seeing it's gone. Sanidhi stays. Sanidhi stays. So that's why in spiritual life, Sanidhi is given important. Presence is more important than seeing. Give me the experience, Radharani is saying, or back again, what I have lost. The experience of your presence in me. That is what Radharani is saying. Sanidhyam, that sanidhi is sanidhyam. Sanidhyam is important. So, not only appearing as a person in the front, but because in sanidhyam, presence is there, even if you don't come in front of me, it doesn't matter. That's the logic. Even if you come in front of me, it doesn't matter. As long as I am feeling Krishna consciousness, that's sufficient for them. So, sanidhyam is more important. Sanidhi is more important than the physical presence there. So, actually, what does Krishna means then? Krishna actually means this presence. Sanidhi is more important than the person what we think always as important. Because in us, this presence is what makes that change to happen. So in all situations, presence, Krishna's presence, Krishna consciousness is more important than anything. Krishna consciousness is this sanidhi. Always experiencing Krishna in consciousness. Experiencing Krishna in the consciousness. Form we are seeing in the temple, the deity form we may see. But what is the difference between an ordinary person seeing the deity and a devotee seeing the deity? The difference is this, that if murti, that form is important, then everybody is going and seeing that form, isn't it? So many people are going and seeing the form. And everybody is paying their obeisances. Many people are paying obeisances and going away. Sometimes once, twice, thrice, so many times we pay obeisances. But why is that Krishna is not attracting us in spite of all that? So therefore it says, Netrai shotraischa viditva madim madayate romanjayatyangagai vyasenjatya vishidavashvavisarai anandamurcholbhavai. That first of all, before you see Krishna, you have to experience Krishna. You have to experience Krishna. That is how all the great devotees say about it. They didn't first see Krishna and then experience. They experienced Krishna and then they saw Krishna. That is the other way it works. Because it is through experience that you see Krishna properly. We are all going and seeing the deity. When we have no experience of Krishna, what do we see there? We say, Krishna is there, yes, it's there. 1, 2, 3. Obeisances are gone, out, finished. That's all. That's our experience of Krishna. We have no experience, isn't it? That is why it mentions there that this experience is more important. For devotees have the experience of Krishna. Therefore, they will see first the experience they will have, and then they will see Krishna properly. Then they will see Krishna properly. Because otherwise, it will not make any sense. That is the difference between a devotee and an ordinary person. Ordinary person, he doesn't experience anything. He sees. He sees. He doesn't experience. Devotee, he experiences and then he sees. And then he sees. So that is why in one of these verses that Kashtade Srishti Cheshta Bahudara Bhavakedaha Jiva Bhaja Ityevam Bhuvamalo Chidamaya Naiva Madhyabhijani. Kashtade Srishti Cheshta. Initially, the devotee is saying, Velpatur is saying to Krishna, that I thought, why have you created all these living entities like this? How sad it is. You have created them and they are struggling in this world. And it's not a very good thing that what you have done by this creation. They question the creation also. Kashtade Srishti Cheshta. Why this Srishti? Why creation? And I used to think, he says, Bahudaya Bhava Kedaha Jiva Bhaja. Jiva Bhaja means all the living entities. All that is in store for them is distress in this world. That's all what they get here when they come here with the body. What do they get here? A series of distress from beginning to end. Never a moment of happiness, isn't it? Constant suffering here, birth, death, old age, disease. After death again birth and again continue the cycle one after the other. So life after life, changing the body and suffering here. So what is the benefit from this? Velpatur asked Krishna this question. Kashtade Srishti Cheshta. What is the benefit of the Srishti? Only thing I can see, he says, I used to think like this. Bahudaya bhava khedaha jiva bhaja. Jiva bhaja means all the living entities. They come and they suffer. This is what I have noticed here. Ityevam purvam alochidam. I used to think in this way. Ajidam maya naiva madhyabhijani. I could not understand the idea behind this creation process. We all also ask the question, isn't it? When life becomes very miserable in this world, when so much nonsense going on here, murders and killings and all sorts of things, why Krishna has created all this? When war happens, people ask this question. Why all this? What for? So those who are a little bit Krishna conscious, they will ask that question. Why have this creation come to? What for this has been created? To fight each other like this, to come here. So, itevam purvam alochidam. Purvam, earlier I was thinking like this. Ajidamaya madhyabhijani. And I could not find an answer to that. Till now, he said. But now what has happened? No jail. If it was not like that, Jiva, how will the living entities will start experiencing you? If they were not given an opportunity like this, how will they know about you? No jail jiva kadhamba madhura karamidam tvod vabu shidra sadram netrai shotrai chabitva paramarasa sudam bodhi bhure rameran. Bhakta says to Krishna, if you have not given them a body and sent them here, netrai shot no jail jiva kadhamba, if they haven't got a body, how will they able to hear about you, about your glory? How is bhakti possible if they haven't got a body to enjoy that bhakti? No jail jiva kathamba. What else is madhura karamidam? They can discuss about Krishna and engage in Krishna's services. No jail jiva kathamba madhura karamidam. And it is such a sweet experience of what madhura karamidam todvabu, Krishna's body, Krishna's form, and absorbing in Krishna is such a happiness, says. No je jiva kadhamma madhura dharamidam todvabu schidra sadram metrai. Not only that, when they are experiencing Krishna consciousness, what happens to them? Metrai shrotrai chabitva. When they were experiencing, they are seeing Krishna. After experiencing, they are seeing Krishna. And what was their experience? Netrai shrotrai chabitva. They are drinking Krishna through their eyes and ears. Through the ears, Krishna's pastimes and Krishna's glories, Krishna's transcendental instructions, they are enjoying it through their ears. Krishna's beautiful form and other way Krishna is worshipped in various places in temples, how Krishna is worshipped by great devotees through the ears, through the eyes. So, netrai shrotrai chavitva paramana sasudam bodhi pure rameran. How will they enjoy you if you haven't given them this life in this world? That is how the devotees talk about that. So, here, you can see here that sannidhi, that experience of Krishna is more important than the form there. As I said before, we go to the temple, we see the form, but we have no experience of Krishna. So therefore what happens? We do everything in a mechanical way and we leave the place. Is it not? But great devotees like Vilamangalam and all, when they go to the temple, they see Krishna there in the deity. When he went to see a famous temple of Ramachandra, what did he say to the Ramachandra? Can you just drop your bow and arrow there? To the deity he is saying. The deity is with the bow and arrow. He says to the deity, can you leave that bow and arrow in one corner and take the flute in the hand? I don't want to see you in this dress in the forest, what you were there. And in that day temple still there is a bow and arrow kept there in the corner of the room because of Vilamangalam. Vilamangalam said this to Ramachandra. It's a Ramachandra temple, but Vilamangalam says to him, I don't want to see you in this form. So personality is like that. When they go to temple, they are not seeing the deity. First they are experiencing the presence of the particular deity whom they are attached to. Their deity whom they are attached to. They will see that deity in that way. Whereas for us, ordinary people, we go there, say, we introduce others to Krishna. This is the deity standing. We don't know ourselves and we are introducing to others. So look, this is Krishna, this is Radharani. Meet him now. We ourselves haven't met. Sometimes it's laughable when you think about it. We are introducing everyone. Meet Krishna, it's Radharani. And who's Radharani's girlfriend and boyfriend there? Tell that as well. We haven't met them. We are very happy to introduce others to that. This is our stage today. We are there. So anyway, so Radharani is saying like this. So that's why experience is important, realization is important. Without realization, if we just say something, it's all just words. It doesn't mean anything, isn't it? Kwasi mahabuja dasya se kripanayami sakhe darshaya sannidhim. That is the reason why that word sannidhi was used. Never asked Krishna to come physically in the present, in the front. Rather than the form, Radharani asked for the experience. Sannidhi means experience of Krishna. This is the reason behind that. That sannidhi is more important than the form. At that particular, because for a devotee that matters. Separation from Krishna is the most unbearable thing for the devotee, isn't it? So when Krishna is present there, he knows that, as he said, they smell Krishna. When Krishna is present, they can smell Krishna in that way. So, so even if directly not seen, they don't complain about it. But Sanidhyam is more important. So that is why Sanidhi was spoken there. And so sometimes it is also like this, we may go to the temple, but if the Sanidhyam is there at home, if you are experiencing that, that is good enough, even if you are unable to go to the temple. But wherever you can get that Sanidhyam or the presence, that is more important. So it can be experienced anywhere, at the temple, at home, or anywhere else also it's possible. So if it is in the temple that experience is having, then go to the temple, that Krishna's experience. If it is at home it's happening, then it's fine at home, whatever way it is. But presence is more important. Whichever way Sanidhyam comes, we will have to operate in that way. We will have to function in that way in this world. Sahe darshaya sannidhim. Sannidhim darshaya, he says there. Sannidhi, show me the Sannidhi. Sannidhi means presence. Sanidhyam. So, after saying that, he says here, you can see 41, 42, 43, 44. We will finish that chapter. Annichandyo bhagavado margam gopyo avidu virala dadrshu 41, verse 41. Dadrshu priya vishlesham mohidam dukhidam sakim taya kathidamakarnyam mana praptim cha madhava avamanam cha dauralmim vismayam paramam yayu tato avishanganam jo chandra josnaya vadiva vibhavyade tama pravishtam alaksha tato nivavrudu striyaha tamanmanaska tadalava tadvijeshta tadalpiyaha tadgunaneva vayavyo alma dharani sasmaru punah pulinamagatya kalingya krishna bhavanaha samaveda jago krishnam tada agamanakankshiraha. These verses are in reference to Radharani's experiences. Said when gopis were inquiring after Krishna, suddenly they saw Radharani there. And Radharani spoke to gopis what happened with Krishna, her experience with that. Then with that gopi, they started searching for Krishna with Radharani. Why it is spoken like this, that approaching Krishna through Radharani is the proper way. In other words, she is the person. Chit Shakti is the one which will take us to self-realization in the Jnani's language. In devotee's language, Radharani will take us to Krishna. It's one and the same thing, spoken in two different languages. That's all. Chit Shakti takes us to the realizing the truth, the soul inside who we are. And Radharani takes you to Krishna in the devotee's language. That's all it is. The same thing is spoken another way. So, when Radharani and gopis, they all together started the search for Krishna, and then eventually it was so dark they couldn't find Krishna anywhere, and they were very frustrated at that moment. They have offered their mind, and they were all their activities, were only to glorify Krishna. And from that stage, they have come to thinking about Krishna. They have come to the riverbank of Kalandi River and thinking about Krishna, waiting for Krishna to come. They have started singing Krishna's glories, what is known as Gopiya Gita in the Bhagavatam. It is known as Gopiya Gita. So gopis are going to sing there is the next chapter, which is 31, that is 19 verses which are popularly known as Gopiya Gita. So here you can see that Taman Manaska Talpra Tadava Tadbeshta Taman Manaska Tadalava Tadbeshta Tadalmija Tadgunaneva Gayandyo Alma Garani Sasmaryu. So Radharani is here that in the forest they are discussing this, and to the forest they have altogether Aranyakam. You will see they will mention there that all of them together, the gopis were inquiring, Anyuchendo Bhagavado Margam Gopyo Avidurada Dadrshu Priya Vishlesham Mohidam Dukhidam Sakim Tayamathidamakarnya Manaprapti Jamadhava Avamanam Cha Dauralmyam Ismayam Paramam Yayu. So when they started this inquiry, they entered into the forest, deeply into the forest, and they started inquiring there. They started inquiring there, deeply into the forest. They started walking around. And they inquired everywhere. Aranyakam. Aranyakam means, in the forest they were inquiring Hari. Aranyam means forest. Aranyam is perfection of upasana, forest. You can see this. Brahmachari life, one comes to householder life, Grahasthashram. And Grahasthashram, he goes to Vanaprastham stage, isn't it? A Vanaprastham, one goes to forest. And that forest Aranyam is the same thing, that unless one comes to the forest, Vanaprastha ashram, it is difficult to come to the realization of the truth. And Aranyam, Tabassu Sanyo Bhavani. Aranyam finishes up in this way, that end of Aranyam, Vanaprastha ashram, you become Tapasvi. Tapasvi means performing tapasya. Tapasya is what is required there. So Aranyam, now in the Vedam there is these four things: Mantram, Brahmanam, Aranyam, Upanishad. These are the four different parts of the Vedas. Mantram, Brahmanam, Aranyam, Upanishad. Now Mantram is in the stage of Brahmachari life. One studies the mantram. Brahmachari learns all the mantram, Vedic mantram. In the early days, first they are taught the mantram first. All the mantram, type Upanishads, everything, they learn mantram. They learn the mantram. But they don't know anything about the mantram. They just learn how to recite the mantram without mistakes. Then, when they become the householder life, those who go to householder life, what they study is Brahmana. You will see in the Vedam, there are different branches of Vedam where Brahmanam comes in. Brahmanas are used, Brahmanam they call, they are used in the sacrifices, Yajnam, for a householder. Householders, Yajnam is support with the Brahmana. So after Mantram in the Brahmachari life, Brahmanam in the Grahastha life, next stage is what is known in the Vedam is Aranyakam. Aranyakam means what you have to practice in the forest. But this is all based on the Vedic times, not for the moment today. So in those days, when Vedic Samskaram was present here, Vedic culture was followed seriously. At that time, people will go to the forest at their age, 50 or whatever. They are ready for it, they go. Householder life is finished, they write it off and go. They go away to the forest, and Aranyam is what they take from the Vedas for their cultivation of very intense austerities and penances, and the knowledge in the Aranyakam is what is utilized during the Vanaprastham stage. After that, when they have got rid of all their connections with the world in every aspect, when they are pure and they are ready for going back, they are taken to sannyasa ashram. And at that stage is when Upanishads becomes their realization. Upanishads knowledge becomes the realization in the sannyasa ashram. Aranyakam becomes the knowledge of the Vanaprastham. Brahmanam is the knowledge for the grahastha, and mantram is the knowledge for the brahmachari. This is the system, the traditional way it is. Today it is all changed, but that doesn't matter. The time has changed. What can you do? Everything is different now. Nobody understands that such a thing existed even in the past. People do not take note of that. But here we can see, so Aranyakam will tell us how to live in that time. Aranyakam, instructions from the Aranyakam. So entering into forest means entering into Vanaprastha ashramam. What did they say? Tasmin niyama visheshaha. There are a lot of rules related to living in the forest. In this particular way, perform your austerities and penances. Particular way to perform austerities and penances. In this way, engage in the worship. And how one should acquire his food to eat, only by begging from outside. And you have to wait till the 4th yamam before you take water during the day. There are a lot of rules regarding Aranyakam in the Vedas. So that rules related to Aranyakam is what is followed in the forest. So in other words, here in Bhagavatam, when they are talking about the gopis, they entered into the forest means that their state of consciousness is now ready for them to have Krishna back again. Krishna is going to come back to them. So, here, gopis have entered into the forest, and if you look into the moonlight which was present there, gopis have entered there, but after a while, they started seeing the darkness again. Gopis were experiencing darkness again. There are many ways Bhagavatam commentators have spoken about this particular experience of the gopis. So one who has entered into the Aranyakam stage, the forest stage, one who is performing sadhana in spiritual life, it is his situation also. For example, when one comes to spiritual life, so a lot of people who are in spiritual life in this world, it's not only in, we must never think that only devotees in ISKCON are busy in spiritual life. There is so many different organizations and people who are looking for spiritual life in this world. They are also looking for spiritual life in this world. And when you come to spiritual life, initially what happens, we come to spiritual life and first we may get some book or something like that. We'll start reading the book and something will work inside. We'll start thinking. We'll move into meditation, dhyanam, or things like that. Yoga. Some people go in the yoga direction, isn't it? They'll go through Ashtanga yoga process. They're also looking for that something which they are not, what they are looking for nobody knows. But they are looking for something. So they go through the yoga process. Some people will go through the jnana process. Some people will go through the bhakti process. Which are different processes. People are inquiring after the truth. That is why you will see here in this world, spiritual life will always be there. There will be someone, as long as people are looking for something, the truth, there will always be inquiries there. Spiritual life also has to be there. So, then they will come to hear about pranayama, meditation, dhyanam, all these things. And one who follows the yoga process, for them what will happen is, after a while, they will become a little bit inward looking due to practice of pranayama. Pranayama creates this inward looking nature in a person. And it's possible that some of them may reach even the samadhi state. You will see all these things explained in different yoga texts. Patanjali explains about that. And Vedavyasa Maharshi talks about that, Valmiki says that, Narada Maharshi says, all of them talks about this realization of the spiritual life. So, and just like, how does it all happen? Like a student goes to the laboratory and he conducts experiments there, isn't it? Physics, experiments in physics or chemistry or so many different subjects, whatever it is in zoology or different kinds of laboratory experiments we do as a student. Similarly, when one comes to spiritual life also is like that. He will take to one process, he will try it out for a while, do some experiments with that and see if it's working or not. If it's working, fine. If it's not working, you'll get a bit frustrated. You will change the process and things like that. All these things happen in the spiritual life. So, if you think that the result will come straight away, like the laboratory experiment, then what will happen is that if you start upasana, upasana is that. Upasana is these experiments what we are performing there. That if you think that the results will come straight away, if we start trying these different kinds of experiments, Krishna is saying here, Kshipram hi manushe loke. There is a verse in the Bhagavad Gita that is explaining that. all our experiments where it will end up. If you look at that verse in the Bhagavad Gita, it will open up our eyes about this. Kshipram hi manushe loge, it begins. It is in the, let's look at that. Hmm? 412, yes. 412. That's what Krishna is saying about our experiments. Kamshanda karmanam siddhim yajandam iha devata shipram hi manushe loge siddhir bhavati karmaja. Translation is, men in the world desire success in fruitive activities and therefore they worship the demigods. Quickly, of course, men get results from fruitive work in this world. Actually, Kamchanda Karmanam Siddhim, the word, if you look at it carefully, Siddhi means perfection. Siddhi means perfection. It's not only material happiness is Siddhi. Material happiness is also some kind of Siddhi, you can say. But whenever an inquiry begins inside, he is looking for some perfection. We are feeling we are incomplete between us, isn't it? Something is missing in us. We are not feeling happy here. So that thought, when it comes in, that is a symptom of desiring for perfection. That is a symptom of desiring for perfection. Krishna is saying there, Kamchanda Karmanam Siddhim. He comes and executes various karmam. He engages in karma in various ways, and he mentions there, all that you can get through karma, you will get it. Because everything in this world, you can get through karma, isn't it? Karma is good. If you perform the karma properly, you should get the results also. But when we start the upasana in the beginning, we are thinking, Krishna also we can get it in the same way. It is with this understanding we begin our spiritual life. Is it not? Everybody begins spiritual life in this way. Kamshanda karmanam siddhim ejanda ihadevada kshipram hi manushe loge siddhir bhavati karmaja. The power of karma or its influence on us, how strong it is. That's what that verse is saying. Kamshanda karmanam siddhim. Everything through karma I can get in this world if you are really determined to do it, to get it, isn't it? You see people with such a strong determination, they work hard day and night to make money or to become famous, and they will look for every opportunity for what they want to get it, is it not? Krishna is saying, Kamshanda karmanam siddhi. From karma siddhi will come, no doubt, he says. You can get results from that. Yajanda iha devada. Therefore they worship all different forms. Devadas they worship in that way. Kshipram hi manushe loge siddhir bhavati karmaja. For karmaja, one who is absorbed in karma, manusha loga, that means this material, earthly world, kshipram, very quickly, manushe loge, for men in this world, siddhir bhavati karmaja. They will get their results in that way. But important thing to remember here is that when we come to spiritual life also, this is our mood. With this mood only, we come to spiritual life. We come thinking that we'll come here, I'll get Krishna very soon. I'll engage in my upasana begins like that. But only after a long time, we start realizing that upasana, what we have to do inside, is not that simple as we thought doing outside. Outside upasana is very easy. For example, if you have good strength in your body and the mind is strong enough to do things, all upasana outside you can do. But upasana inside, antarmukhatvam, that is what is called inward looking, antarmukhatvam, is not like that. There you can't say, if I do this I will get it. Whereas upasana outside, you know, if you do something you will get that result. What you are, you can have the result straight away. You cook the prasadam will be there when you finish cooking. Is it not? If you put your time and energy into it, it will come out in that way. Or deity worship, it's the same thing. Chant the holy name, the same thing. You can chant 16 rounds, 32 rounds, 64, 128, whichever amount of rounds you can chant. All that you can do, all that sadhana you can perform. That is what you wanted to do, and you can do that. As a karma, it can happen. But when that goes inward, and when the andharmagatham, when that happens inside, then you start realizing it's not that simple as we thought. It's more complicated than what we thought about that, isn't it? That's why most of the people are attracted to bhakti process because of this. That they find it very difficult. Andharmagatham is not there. Spirituality is all subtle things. Completely, Srimad Bhagavatam is such a subtle book, and as like Bhagavad Gita. And when we want to understand something on a subtle level, it finds it difficult. That subtlety, we are finding it hard. Why? We have become so gross because of our relationship with the world. So till that andharmukhatvam happens, and that andharmukhatvam is concerned, in inward activity, spiritual activity is concerned, it's not like the way we think about it, isn't it? It's not that if I do these things will happen from that. You cannot guarantee inside anything. So, vasadihi tetva upasanaha. So, this is the problem most of the people are experiencing at a later date. Many people have given up their family life, job, everything, wife, children, and they have taken to solitude, went to Himalayas and places like that, took to saffron and wandering around thinking that I will get hold of that truth inside me. But they tried and eventually they failed. Most of them failed. It is not possible to get to that stage. It's not possible to get that stage. That's why it says here that and then what happens? Then they give up everything. Spiritual life goes away, and then they come to social activities. You will see this all the way everywhere, whether it is Vaishnavam or Shaivam or somewhere else, everywhere this is what's happening. When they come to spiritual life, the very people who are opening schools and hospitals, when they came to spiritual life, their plan was not for opening schools and hospitals. They wanted to realize the truth inside. But after a while they realized it is not so easy as they thought when they started their business. So then what they do? They think, let me serve the world. Direction goes another way. And that is when they started this. Because if you have come to spiritual life seriously, if you haven't had any realization, this is the way it will go. It will go in that direction. And now it is a big subject debated now. Is it right what we are doing or not? Opening schools and hospitals. This is how it happens. It happens to them, all of them, because they have nothing else to do now. So many years they have been fighting this battle with inside, and it hasn't happened anything to them. And on one side and the other side, they have given up all connection with the family and relations, friends and everything. So what do they do now? They left this and they didn't get that. They are standing there. Then the next option for them, okay, let me serve the whole world now, by introducing them to this modern education and bringing them to all these hospitals and treating them. That is all in the level of the body, nothing to do with the spirit. Spiritual life is different from all these things. You can't debate on all these things. Why? Because Shankaracharya, Ramanujacharya, Madhvacharya, Vishnu Swami, Nimbarkacharya, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, they didn't open hospitals or schools. This is the modern guru's tendency. They are busy with all these things. Why? Because they are not Ramanujacharya, they are not Shankaracharya, that's why. That's why it is like that. Once you have come to the spiritual life, there is no question of going and opening schools and hospitals for others. What is the use of all these things? Because ultimately you can see, the point is, Krishna is saying that also, Kankshanta karmanam siddhim yajenda ihadevada Shipram hi manushe loge siddhir bhavati karmaja. Desires are there, they are not left. And because your desires are there, and you didn't have any success in the spiritual life, because they were thinking, through karma they can get Krishna. That was the mistake they had. You can't get Krishna through karma. You have to get Krishna in the way Krishna has spoken in the Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam. There is no other choice there. You cannot go away from that. Otherwise, what's the use of Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam? If you can't use Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam and you develop your own process, it's not going to work. It's not work. That's why frustration comes at that time, and then they turn into humanitarian activities like schools, hospitals and all that. This is everyone going through the same process in this world. It will keep on repeating one after the other. The same thing happens all the time. So only it says there, only Dhira, who has got that courage to go in spiritual path, in that direction only they have the entrance there. So gopis have come to that stage. So this darkness, what the gopis have experienced here in the forest, is commentators, Bhagavata Vyakhyanam, that it is that darkness what the devotee experiences in his spiritual life. Spiritual life is an ongoing thing, isn't it? If you yourself go and look back to your own spiritual life at the beginning, you could see what all you had to go through in spiritual life. And today you have a different understanding of spiritual life. So as time goes through in this world, and when you keep looking back, you can see what you thought about various things. At one time you were thinking, oh, only spiritual masters can appear in one institution and only they are the bona fide one. But as you keep on understanding, your understanding changes. You start realizing that spiritual life is not anybody's monopoly. It can happen anywhere in this world. And when you read about those personalities who have lived that life, from their experiences in this world, you can understand that it is no one. Where Krishna will, in which way, bless any living entity in this world, very difficult to say anything about that. So, what happens is when this darkness happens in life, unable to chant around, unable to perform their other spiritual duties, and it will become a bore. Spiritual life becomes a bore, and not getting any happiness. Then, this happens in Brahmana families also quite often. It happens like that. The children, the parents will force them to chant the Gayatri, to chant the holy name. So just to please the parents, the children will do something. Children will do something. And but nothing is going inside. Nothing is going inside. And he is only waiting for the opportunity. As soon as the education is over and he has left home, he will give up everything. With that, chanting is finished, Gayatri is finished, deity worship is finished, everything is finished. After 10, 12 years at home, you may have done it. This is what I'm saying. Spiritual life is not possible that you can make somebody to become spiritual. It has to happen from within, from that person itself. The vasana should be there, inside him. Then it will happen anywhere. In whichever part of the world it will happen. So, that is why it mentions here that Adhyalpam means spiritual life is also like this. It is like that. Spiritual life is like that. If we understand that, then we won't be frustrated about anything what's going on in this world in the name of spiritual life. So many different kinds of people will come and give you so many different kinds of realizations about spiritual life. And they will come and they will go because the footprint of this spiritual life is in this way. That temporarily when you have satsangam or association with a great Mahatma, these things can happen in spiritual life. You will feel some realization or some inspiration in spiritual life, which will go after a while. It won't stay for a very long time. So when you get that experience in the beginning, you will start thinking, oh, if this is the way it happens, very soon I will be self-realized. You will start thinking like that. Because that's what happens. In the same speed, I will be going the rest of my life spiritually. But only then one day you start realizing that, at that time I thought like this, but the whole thing is so different now. Meanwhile, the life is taken in another direction. Got your family, children, wife, and other things, everything. All prarabdha has come one after the other. And then you are looking every direction, don't know which way to go. So that is why he says, the Vasali Tekva Upasanaham Sandhyanja Sarva Vishayan. Gopis are saying to Krishna, Sandhyanja Sarva Vishayan. We have given up everything and we have come here. But Krishna, Hari, is not so easy to get. It's not so easy to get. He plays this game. He comes, he goes. He comes, he goes. He never gives you, never be able to get him any time. So sometimes is direct experience, sometimes indirect experience. That is from there the two words came, Pratyaksham and Paroksham. Pratyaksham means direct experience, sometimes Krishna gives. Sometimes Paroksham, indirectly Krishna will talk to us certain things. Some people may get that message also. So when it is paroksha, that means when you don't have a direct experience, then to inquiring after Krishna, you are going for that, looking for Krishna. Spiritual life means inquiring after Krishna. That is spiritual life, isn't it? So that inquiry after Krishna begins at that time, and you carry the false ego with you. You are carrying the false ego with you, and you have taken the same false ego with you while performing your sadhana also. You are doing the same thing. And looking for Hari in that forest, but he can't see. What did he do at that time? So, keeping Hari inside the heart, Krishna inside the heart, and keeping that happiness what Krishna has given them before, they decided now there is nowhere to go, there is nothing to inquire. This state has come. That is that verse you will see. Ta manmanaska, 44th verse. Ta manmanaska, tal prana, ta manmanaska, tadalava, tadvijeshta, tadalmigavaha, tadgunani vagayandyo, almangarani sasmaru. Very important verse in that chapter. Why? A stage comes in a devotee's life. After running around all over the world, doing all the sadhana, everything, all with false ego, he did that. Ultimately, and in all through that spiritual life, Krishna has kept him going day after day. Some little inspiration in life to keep him going in the spiritual life. Ultimately, the devotee is realizing Krishna is not something what you can get easily. What you can get easily. And he decided to stop all the activities and sits quietly in one place. That's what that verse is. Taman manaska tadalava tadvijeshta tadalmiyaha tadgunane vagayandyo alma garani sasmaru. Alma garani sasmaru. By now, all interests have gone in this world. They are completely handed over everything. Mind, intelligence, ego, everything completely handed over to Krishna. And only singing about Krishna, they sat there. We can't do anything. In other words, a devotee or one who is in the spiritual life also, at one point he will come to the same. This whole Gopiyatikam is only to tell us a devotee's life in this world in an indirect way, spoken like that. That he comes, engages in spiritual life and realizes very soon, now and then Krishna gives you some experience in life and keeps you going in spiritual process. But later on you realize that you can't have it permanently, that experience, it is difficult. At that point, he becomes, his false ego leaves him. So only when that false ego leaves us, Krishna's manifestation on a permanent basis happens to a devotee. That's what that. Ta manmanaska, tad alava, tad vicheshta, tad alpiya. All things. Ta manmanaska means mind handed over to Krishna. Tad alava, crying for about Krishna. Tad vijeshta, and remembering Krishna and Krishna's activities, that bodily features, everything, remembrance that. Tad alpiya, and completely become Krishnaized, in other words, totally identifying with Krishna. Tad gunan eva gayandyo, and glorifying Krishna's transcendental qualities. Atma garani sasmaru. In that way, they were situated within themselves in the spiritual identity. They come back to that. So it is then that Gopiya Geetam comes, which we will discuss tomorrow. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.